Yep.
In here, baby. Shout out to, give him some love, and don't do it often. He gets on my nerves. Shout out to Cole. Cole's been waiting for the hoodie to drop, and he was on it, man. He was on.
Big ups.
Cole got that order in on deloandkc.com.
Nice.
25% off. He's been waiting for this Martin logo to drop, man, and he was on it.
Nice.
What's up, Warren? Coach. What's happening, Coach? Dr. David.
Josue. Will Z.
He over there working.
Manny, what's up?
Yeah, Manny, Frankly Floyd, Rob up. Boy, goodness, there's Will. Will Griffith's in here. Will's going to be with us at
Griffith in the house.
What time's Will going to be with us? 1:17. We're going to hang out with Will.
Tim Maxwell said I got my credentials to be a writer for the King's Herald today.
Who did?
Tim Maxwell. I got my credentials to be a writer for the King's Herald.
Oh, you did? Because you turned on. Oh, you lost your smile? Because you lost your smile? Okay.
That was funny.
Kenny lost his smile.
What it is. As soon as I saw that job commercial, I was like, oh, it's over. It's over. Now, to be fair, De'Aaron had a commercial before. Ja, he did have a commercial.
Did he?
Mm-hmm. He had his own little
pizza guys.
No, he had his Air Maxes. Everybody got the two different shoe looking swipers, Air Maxes, and they had a commercial for it. So
okay, I actually don't think I saw the commercial.
Yeah.
Oh damn, D, come on, man, shoot.
What up, Leezy? Yeah, man, this is it's actually purple, but it's all good.
There we go.
Who is a pizza guy right now? Do we have any pizza guys?
I think so. It was Doug and what's good, baby? Welcome in here to the Tuesday, November 23rd edition. D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
And the team still sinks.
Yes, sir.
Indeed, they do. We appreciate you so much for being here with us, hanging out. We got plenty to do, plenty to talk about. We got Will Griffith at the King's Herald going to be with us at about 1:17 or so. Matt George at the Locked On Kings podcast going to be with us here for his weekly visit coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. So we're talking Kings, man. We'll continue to talk Kings until we get this damn thing fixed, and that's our goal is to fix this. And until
we're here for the long haul,
whether it's Vivek, whether it's Vivek or the people surrounding him or Monty McNair, we're gonna fix this thing.
Brick by brick. Damn it! There you go.
That's as you know, I've been reading Will Smith's book. Will Smith tells a story at the very beginning of the book about how his dad made him and his brother build a wall. They had to build a wall outside the family business, brick by brick. Took them a year. Unfortunately, the Kings don't have Will Smith's work ethic, and it's taken them 15 years because every time they start to build the wall, they kick it over and start again.
It's literally what happens. The wall's not big at all. They just kick it down early.
Yeah.
Did you hear the story of Jerry Rice? He said he used to catch bricks from his dad. That's how he became a good, he got good hands.
No, but it's Jerry Rice, so I believe him.
He used to work with his dad. His dad was like, I don't know what the profession is, but in the summers he would work with him, and his dad would be on the roof and he would drop bricks down to Jerry to put in a wagon or something. And yeah, Jerry had to catch him with his hands. None of this is helping the Sacramento Kings.
That seems dangerous. How old was Jerry at the time?
It's according to him, he's probably 10 or 11.
Can his father still get in trouble for this? Because that feels terribly, just terribly, terribly dangerous.
In related news, I'm going to drop bricks to Reese off the roof this summer, and
that's good.
We'll get him right.
Good
that's
stuff.
all that needs to happen.
That's cap. Anyone who listens to this show knows that's cap. Jazz will drop bricks off the roof for Reese to catch.
Reese had a long basketball day yesterday, and he was grinding. He was hurry. He came home, had to get in the bath with Epsom salt or whatever the case may be. And he had basketball camp again this morning, and he was like, "Oh, my body hurts. I don't want to go." I said,
"Get used to it, kid.
You got to go.
Yeah,
you got to go.
Yeah,
it's what it is. You got to go.
Yeah, that's how we roll.
Early lessons in life, so he doesn't turn out like the Sacramento Kings.
Indeed, because the Sacramento Kings actually, believe it or not, played okay. They didn't have a particularly great second quarter, but they were in position to win this game in the fourth quarter. And then they weren't. And it happened lightning quick. And if you were paying attention, you know exactly when it happened. So forgive me for sounding like a broken record, but your boy and his transition threes with the Kings up, 20 seconds left on the shot clock. He just had to have it, had to have that heat check. By the way, hadn't hit a three since the first freaking quarter, but he had to check. And it was funny. Everybody, but he loves those transition threes. It was funny until it wasn't. And obviously it wasn't Buddy Hield's fault that the Kings were incapable of scoring the rest of the game. But you can go back and pinpoint that moment right there. Long rebound, transition, basket, stop by Philly, transition, basket, and all of a sudden, we had a ball game.
Elite
three-point shooter, though. Man. He's got a skill set.
I'm gonna tell you right now, the man can shoot the basketball. Don't get it twisted. But if I'm playing the Sacramento Kings, I'm probably gonna give Buddy Hield a wide open three to start the game and pray that he makes it. Please.
Oh my God.
Because now you are going to feel like your goddamn Larry Bird and Dale Ellis rolled into one, and you're going to shoot it every damn time. That's the defense for the Kings. It ain't don't let Buddy get started. No, let him hit the first one.
Please.
Yeah, let him hit the first four at this point.
That's what
we know
he did.
how that's going to work out.
That's what he did.
We know how that's going to ultimately work out. Let him hit as much as he wants in that first quarter or that first stint that he's in the game. Because after that, he with us.
14 first quarter points for your boy. 4 of 4 from 3. Again, Buddy is a problem, not the problem. Luke Walton was a problem. But I think it should be at least clear to everybody, he's not the problem. The problem is the Sacramento Kings. The problem is everything associated with that goddamn logo. Whether it's the front office, whether it's the ownership, whether it's the coach, whether it's the roster, all of that is bad. And the sad part is Alvin Gentry is so respected around the league that NBA writers tuned in last night. NBA writers tuned in to see Alvin Gentry take over for Luke Walton last night. And you know what they got? They got the Sacramento Kings losing to the Philadelphia 76ers Summer League squad. They lost to the Philadelphia 76ers. That's what the record says, but they didn't lose to Joel Embiid. Hell, they didn't lose to Ben Simmons. They didn't even freaking lose to Seth Curry or Tobias Harris. They lost to 4 dudes who played on the Summer League squad. Wow. And you could go ahead, pull up Twitter, look around. They were watching. They were watching.
That was an NBA TV game too, by the way. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Made it easy for them to watch.
Yeah. Because
in about a week, Sacramento Kings will be on NBA TV again. Those same national writers will be like, we'll watch Office reruns. I'm going to go to the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I ain't watching this.
At this point, the Kings won't be on the NBA app, let alone the NBA TV.
Kings will be the first team ever booted from League Pass. Be like, look, it's just not happening. You're out. You're out.
They're going to have all their games blacked out everywhere.
Everywhere.
Not just locally, just everywhere. Just blacked out.
let them keep playing. Let them keep doing this. They're going to be blacked out in the Golden One Center too. Going to bring the cardboard cutouts back. You're going to put the tarps up.
Hey, look here, man.
Just going to have that puking fan right there in the front row and no one else. And at that point, it's like, hey, fam, drink up. Do your thing.
Hey, everything that everybody says about this organization and this team is fair game. But It's true. It's fair game. They haven't done anything to help themselves. And there's the other thing. These players. I touched on it a little bit yesterday, but more than anything, get these guys out of here. Once again, individually, Rashawn Holmes, Harrison Barnes, Tyrese Haliburton, De'Aaron Fox, Buddy Hield. Individually, these guys are good basketball players, and they can go somewhere and probably produce, do good things somewhere else in this league. Collectively as a group, they ain't it. They do not bring out the best in each other. They are a failure of a basketball team, the failure of an organization, and I don't want to see these guys together anymore. Let's start with number 35 and 24. Get them the hell out of here. Goodbye. 24 want to go out there and go do a damn trade proposal as this team is once again dying a slow death. He wants to do a damn trade proposal to Doc Rivers.
It up with Doc Rivers.
Hey, look at me on the stream. Listen to me on the radio. Go, buddy. Get the hell out of here. You want to go to Philly and anywhere else so bad? Go. Don't even find his ass if he doesn't show up. Don't show up and leave. So you ain't got to worry about losing money. Just get the hell out of here. Because it's not like you're helping us. It's not like you're the solution to anything going on here. You're a big part of the problem, to be honest. So you want to, coach, get me out of here. All this, get the hell out. We don't want you here. And Monty, Vivek, don't find him when he doesn't show up. Because I don't want him to be like, oh, maybe I should come back. I'm losing money. Give him all his money and get him the hell out.
I love that Marvin Bagley and his entire family campaigned for him to play. And when he does, you realize, oh, that's right. There's a reason he wasn't playing. Forgot. There's a whole side of the floor that my man can't seem to figure out. All right.
Let alone he's soft as wet toilet paper tissue on the offensive end. Got a 6'3" guy guarding him in Corksmas. And he can't do anything with him on the block. You got a guy running it right underneath the basket. Any 6'11" guy worth his salt is throwing the ball in the guy's face through the hoop. He kicks it back out for three because he's too damn soft. Bye, 35. Get him out.
Yeah, James Ham brings this up regularly. This team is out there playing with two guys who don't want to be here. Buddy Hield was very publicly traded for the very briefest of moments. Not even an entire conversation on D'Lo and KC went by before the trade was, oh, it's there. This is about to happen, to, oh, dear, it's not. The Lakers are going in a different direction. Marvin Bagley, and Lord forgive me for this, Marvin Bagley has attempted to be traded on many occasions, but it turns out he is, again, I ask for your forgiveness, talking about as a basketball player, he's worthless. As a basketball player, he's worthless. That $11 million will look attractive to somebody, probably, hopefully, perhaps, coming up around February. Right now, there's no point in it being out there. Alvin Gentry had a lot to say yesterday. You'll hear some of it. You'll hear what Alvin Gentry had to say post-game. The unfortunate thing is, if you listen closely, you'll realize you've heard this stuff before. Alvin talking about, I'm going to find guys that are going to play. If you can't play the way I want you to, we're going to find guys that are going to play. Okay, cool. Like who? Like, you mean guys on your roster? Because in that sense, Kenny, there are a couple of things that look different. Mo Harkless was back in the starting lineup, and Chimezie Metu didn't see the floor. Terrence Davis didn't see the floor, and we saw Alex Len and Tristan Thompson both play. Those are things that we hadn't seen with Luke Walton. And some of y'all in the chat are exposing yourself as stat hoes. As Morgan Reagan would say, don't be a stat hoe. Scotty C says, Buddy had a decent game. Scotty, you turned the game off after the first quarter, homie. Your mans didn't. He very much did not. And for those who are saying, yo, when you going to redirect your attention towards De'Aaron? Fam, we got 4 hours. We got 4 hours. We got plenty of time to talk about De'Aaron Fox and the fact that Tyrese Haliburton had 0 points yesterday. He had 9 assists, but he had 0 points. We got to talk about Davion Mitchell as well, because it feels like some of these guys have forgotten how to play basketball. We're talking Kings. We want to hear from you as well. Will Griffith at 117, Matt George in the final hour. You can get through all day at 916-349-1320. It's D-Lo and KC. We're just getting started here on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage. It's ESPN 1320.
The wheels of steel.
Buddy had a decent game. Come on, Scotty. Yes, 4 of 4 in the first quarter.
Bro, he went one of what is that?
Forever.
1 of 7 for the rest of the game?
Man.
From beyond the arc?
Morgan, if you're listening, stat hose. Stat hose. The stat hose. In different area codes. Stats hose. Stat hose. Man, hey, you know what? Where'd my man go? Tyler. They all sucked in the fourth quarter, man. Just embarrassing in the fourth quarter, particularly that last. Will Z posted it. I think it was the last. Will, was it the last 6 minutes that they scored like 4 points?
Yeah.
I think they scored 4 points in the last 6 minutes. It's ridiculous, man. Reminding everybody why y'all the Kings.
That's an embarrassment.
Boy, Alvin got my attention too. Homeboy jacked up that trash three-pointer. Timeout. Alvin yanked him. I was like, yes. Mom, yes. Came back in with 3 minutes to go. Took 2 contested threes. All right.
Hey, and look, this dude.
I didn't hear that. I see you, Jesse. I didn't hear that. Go ahead.
This dude went over to Doc Rivers talking about get me out of here, coach. Like Doc Rivers wants your ass. You
Doc looked at him like
to play for Doc Rivers.
Doc looked at him like, bitch, you ain't hit a shot since the first quarter. Get your ass out of here. Talking about get me out of here. Hey, why don't you hit a basket? Why don't you do something while you're out there? Talking about get me out of here. And
Like
you hit
Doc
a
Rivers
shot
wants
90
your ass.
minutes ago. You must be out your mind. Clowns, man.
Like Doc would
Circus
want your
clowns.
ass. So, Shake Milton is out here doing everything that you're doing for half the cost and doing it better. Please.
He's like, hey, buddy, I know you don't see him. I got a curry. I don't need you. Because trust me, the only place on the planet where they're talking about Steph and Buddy in the same conversation is Sacramento.
Get me out of here, coach.
Hit a shot in the fourth quarter, man, and we'll think about it. Boy.
I got to bring that up to the radio audience, man, for that one. Because I'm sitting here thinking about that, like, sitting there like,
you can't be serious, man.
Fox for Simmons.
they probably do it. Although Maxey, I mean, once again, why would I pay all that money? And Maxey is about the same as Fox, if not better.
Yo, Tyler, the show's 4 hours, bro. We got you. But Buddy's going to get heat because his ass wants out of here so bad.
100%.
See, I hate dumb shit like this, too. This fan base isn't broken. This is a fan base. This is how fans act. They're frustrated when an incompetent product is continuously put in front of them. This isn't about fans. This is about the organization. We always looking for someone else to blame than the people who deserve the blame. It ain't the fans. The fans have every right to be angry. Every right to be frustrated or pissed off.
Steven, it was easy work last night for Maxey. Stop playing.
Man, there's some wild stuff happening. This is gonna be a long day.
We
gonna get it out.
Bars. We're gonna keep Drake bars. We might do them for losses now, and we might play that back-to-back instrumental. That's what we might end up doing.
I don't rock with hit them up, but you could go ahead and drop Long Kiss Goodnight, man. I'll write something for them suckers.
Yeah. They get everything. They deserve everything they're getting right now.
See, and now, like sometimes I wish we could just call all of our sponsors and say, hey, man, we love y'all, but we're going to need 4 straight hours on the radio because there's never a commercial break, but sometimes we turn the volume down a little bit when the radio goes dark and handles all the appropriate business there. But that didn't happen. And a whole bunch of stuff popped up. And now we're all going at each other. Now everything that's popping up in the chat is agitating me. There was this message that said the fan base is broken. This fan base isn't broken. This fan base is pissed off because the product that is put in front of them for the last 15 years has been garbage. It's not a broken fan base. It's every fan base. Look around. Ask Danny in San Francisco how the Warriors fan base conducts itself when they lose 2 games in a row, but they're 20 games above 500. They lose their minds. Fan bases act like fan bases. This one has no clue what a winning product is like. No clue.
And once again, let's reiterate what exactly we're talking about here. And also the other thing that made me just laugh, I was really laughing really hard, is a revisit Buddy Hield going over to Doc Rivers last night, and allegedly, because I have the audio. I don't have it, but I've heard the audio. I can't make it out. It's inaudible to me, but some people definitely hear him say, "Get me out of here, coach," to Doc Rivers. And the thing that made me laugh is he goes over to Doc Rivers talking about, "Get me out of here, coach." Like Doc Rivers would want your ass. Why would Doc Rivers want Buddy Hield? Why at this point? Number one, as my pointer pointed out, he has a Curry, okay? He's got a Curry and Seth, so there's no need for Buddy. Hell, he has a Shake Milton that makes $2 compared to Buddy's $200 million, all right? Who does more than Buddy? Why the hell would he want Buddy Hield? And Buddy goes, "Get me out of here, coach." Doc laughed at him like, "Get the hell out of my face."
Like, you have not hit a shot in 38 game minutes. Please go over there. That's where you belong. You're not over there because the Lakers deal fell through. You're over there because no one else in the league has called Sacramento. Gone. Get buddy.
Get out of here. And
literally everybody knows that elite argument is trash except for a handful of people in our region.
Yes. And on top of that, like I said, I'm halfway joking. Half of the strategy is just let Buddy make that first shot. He'll start.
Haven't you heard everything's different when he hits his first shot? Have you not? Did you not know? Kenny, come on, Kenny. Do you even watch basketball? Everything is different when Buddy hits his first shot. Casual Caraway. That's what it is. It's D'Lo and casual Caraway the rest of the day.
Hey, Buddy, aside from the Phoenix game, I'll give him credit there. Buddy ain't never beat nobody when hitting shots. He ain't never beat a team, broke their back, and they're hitting shots. Never, not once.
Nope.
So, ain't nobody really worried about Buddy hitting shots. Have you guys noticed? I've been saying it for a year and a half. Have you noticed how open he always is? He's always open. Like, he is open more times than you would think. Nobody worried about losing a game because Buddy Hield got hot or hit some shots. They're not.
Let's continue to go at everybody in the chat house. Gabriel says, but can you blame Buddy for wanting to leave basketball hell? You know why Sacramento is basketball hell? Because of people like Buddy Hield.
100%.
Because of people like Marvin Bagley. Because people who don't want to get in here and work and don't want to work to make the team better. They more worried about themselves. They out here, I won't be in Philadelphia. I'm going to like this picture. I'm going to tweet that. You get here and you check out. That's not Sacramento's fault. Now, I'm not absolving Sacramento. If you're just tuning in, there's plenty of blame to go around.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody involved in this organization gets blamed. From Vivek Ranadive to Matina to John to everybody on down. They all get blamed. That's why this place is basketball hell, though.
And here's another thing about that, because shout out to our guy, Ken Rudolph. I had posted something earlier and we'll get into this debate if we need to. We don't need to.
Yeah,
the Ja versus Fox debate, that's over. It's done. It's over. Like Mr. Haliburton said, that's over. Okay? Ja versus Fox, that's over. I can guarantee you.
It makes me sad, but
I can guarantee you that's over.
Yeah.
That's over. All right. We lost that one. All right. But Ken was like, well, can you blame him for being in a organization that's dysfunctional and all this other stuff? You guys act like we're asking these guys to win 7 championships. We're asking you to get to the 10th seed. What the hell? We're asking you to be 10th. And you guys said, well, it's so dysfunctional and this is basketball hell. To be 10th. I can't believe how people are just passing the buck on these guys for being one of the 5 worst teams in the conference year in and year out. We mentioned it weeks ago. There are horrible owners who find a way to get into the postseason at some point.
We were talking about it with James Ham last week. Most teams accidentally get to the postseason. They were trying to tank, but something went wrong. And they're like, damn it. All right, well, let's just lose in the first round and make the most of our draft pick. And that's what that's a big, another massive part of this organization's epic failure. They have failed on draft pick after draft pick after draft pick. Now, hopefully Tyrese Haliburton is different. Hopefully Davion Mitchell is different. Certainly, we're not seeing what we hope from what we hoped we would see from Tyrese Haliburton and Davion Mitchell. But yo, what happened to my man HB? Look, shots don't fall sometimes. That's not a big deal. 8 shots from Harrison Barnes last night. I damn near want Luke Walton back to come back and say, HB, get aggressive. Y'all got me longing for Luke Walton to come back and tell Harrison, go to work. Get out there, get your shots. Harrison wasn't even noticeable last night, even when the team was playing well. And don't get this twisted. This wasn't the Toronto game. They should have won this game for a variety of reasons. They were in position to win this game late and they blew it. But HB was non-existent. He didn't play 48 minutes, but for the 48-minute game, he was non-existent. My man, where'd you go? Like, put the Harrison Barnes signal in the sky, fam. We need you. We're the Barnes man. We need you. What happened?
You know, I mentioned this earlier to you when we were talking about the show. And it's baffling because it seems like Harrison Barnes never wants to get too good. Now, that doesn't mean like he doesn't work or nothing like that. But if he's playing above his head, it's almost like he's like, oh, let me bring this back down to earth. Because if I average 20 a game for the whole season, I'm not comfortable. I'm gonna just bring it down. That's what it feels like. Harrison, I know Harrison's character and his work ethic. That's not him. I know that's not what's going through his head, but that's what it feels like
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because that's the only thing that makes sense.
I just don't. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, he is just falling back so much, man. And I don't understand. Like, I didn't expect him, even though I told you, Deuce, Mo, James, anyone that would listen, no, this is Harrison going to do this all year. I didn't expect. Okay, maybe not 28 points a game, but you can't drop down to 10 shots, and you can't drop down to 8 or 10 points in 8 shot attempts. There's no scoring there's nowhere else to go if HB isn't aggressive and working.
Luke and Alvin now said they want him to take 8 threes a game, let alone
I
8
really
shots.
wish someone would step in and stop that.
I do too.
You want Harrison Barnes to shoot 8 threes a game. This team shot 22% from 3 last night. Why do we keep encouraging this? What number are they trying to get to?
I don't
like. There's this mythical belief within that coaching staff, and I guess Alvin Gentry is a part of this too, that makes them think this is the style of play that they should. I don't know what their style of play should be. I have no idea. Maybe I need to go back and look at the games that they won and see what the percentage of 3-point shots they made and how many they took are. But we keep hearing this line about threes. This team shot 22% from 3 last night. And the second they went down, and man, this told me so much. I told you, I legit popped. Like Stone Cold Steve Austin had just returned from a long hiatus. when Alvin Gentry pulled Buddy Hield out. I popped up. Let's go. Let's go. Give me a Steve Weiser. Let's get it in. I grabbed my phone. I fired off my tweet. I'm like, yeah, Alvin, let's go. Yeah, and 3 minutes later, the team's down 3. I'm like, they go to commercial. I'm like, don't do it. Don't do it. Come back. And there he is. Alvin folded. Because we keep holding on to this belief that these dudes are going to go out there and hit that big 3. And Alvin's looking at this like, man, I'm just trying to survive this game. Just get me out of this first game. Nope. Ain't going to happen. 8 of 9 now. That's where we are. 8 of 9. Portland tomorrow. Apologies, by the way. 1, thank you to every single person who listens to this show. 2, apologies that we were sending you to that game. Sorry. We hope you go. Shoot us a message. If you're there.
Have a good time out. You get to see NBA basketball. I think Dame is back. CJ's back. You know what I'm saying? The Blazers got some good ball players. You get an opportunity to see those guys live.
You get to see half. Yeah, you get to see half of an NBA basketball game.
Yeah, man. You get it. Hey,
you get to watch Portland go out there and run a scrimmage.
Yeah, it's all good. Shout out to Debbie over at one of the concession stands. That's family. Always showing love. Shout out to the Sierra Nevada Drought Lounge. Look, Go to One Center is a beautiful place to watch a basketball game. All right. It's a beautiful place to watch. It is a good time out. I love going on Fridays and Saturdays. It's a good time.
And tomorrow's kind of like a Friday. Yeah, tomorrow's kind of like a Friday.
It's
don't sit in the front row.
Don't sit in the front row.
Shout out to Sarah who called it the splash zone yesterday.
It's. I mean, I don't know how much this still goes on. I'm in my 30s, but I know in my 20s, the night before Thanksgiving. Oh, we was getting it. We was getting after. It's popping.
Oh yeah,
you know what I'm saying? It was popping back in the day. So I'm downtown Doco. They got some things going on night before Thanksgiving. You can have a good time out tomorrow. You can have a good. Don't expect anything positive from the actual home team.
Yeah.
Right. Don't do that because that'll dampen your moods and things will go all bad. But other than that, go to the game. Have a great time tomorrow.
Go for the music. Go for the popcorn. Go for the food. I would say go for the drinks, but maybe not that. Maybe just the food. Just go for the food.
I don't think I've had a drink. No, I have had a drink.
I ain't have a drink there. You ain't gonna. Man, I'm a cheapskate. You ain't gonna get me to do that.
You pregame.
You ain't gonna. Yeah, you ain't gonna. You is not gonna get me to do that
in the parking garage.
Yeah. I shoot. I take it back to my old sideline days in Old Sac. We we at the car passing that blue. I've been on blue bottles for a long time, man. It's that Bel Air blue. It was that Hypnotic back in 04. Get that bottle of Hypnotic in 04, and that thing was that thing was like drinking fruit juice. You take that bottle to the head, walk inside. Let's get it in.
You get there, you get to the parking garage at about 10. You know what I'm saying? So you can do what you got to do for 30 minutes, and then you slide in. Yeah. Get a water.
Not condoning this, by the way. Absolutely not condoning this.
Get a water when I get inside.
Don't. It's what I used to do. This is not current activities. 916-349-1320. We mentioned the phone lines are open for you as always. Let's get in the life of Pablo. He'll fix everything. Hey. Pablo, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Pablo?
But I have to say though, it's still worth calling in or listening in to you guys, even when they lose.
Thanks, man.
I'm not ready to be through with the games at least for this season, but you still guys got to keep me online. But I do have another analogy. Mm-hmm. You ever watch Saturday Night Live, the skit with Keenan? He does with "What's Up with That."
I don't think I've seen that. I don't think I've seen it. I like it, but I don't think I've seen it. Tell me about it.
It's funny. It's basically, he's like a talk show host.
Okay.
And he has these great interviewers, but they're sitting there, and he has an introduction song. What's up with that? They sing, "What's up with that?" Ooh. And then he sits down with an to do an interview. He is host. You can appreciate that. And then it's like, before they can even say nothing, you can hear the music start tinkling in the background, and it starts to go up, and the music starts up, and the whole thing starts over again, and they don't even get to talk. And with the Kings, it's kind of like that. You could just kind of hear the music starting to play. You start, and then the whole thing starts all over again, and you tell yourself, "What's up with that?" What's up with that? What's up with that?
Shut up, Pablo, man. Father's stretching my hands.
I love it. What's up with that? I pulled up the skit. It's 7 minutes long. I don't know what I can do with that, but okay. All right, I'll have to peek this when it's over.
I'm gonna check it out. Now I'm gonna think about the Kings when I watch it.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Well, if you have a SNL or In Living Color or perhaps a Martin analogy that you want to throw our way,
somebody homie don't play that. That's what he said.
Man. It made his heart beat over and over and over again. The end. That's real tough.
Oscar Isaac.
Okay.
Model and actress
Interesting. Again, it's 8 minutes. I don't know what the direction of this skit is, but man, I love Keenan's get up for this though. Does he have a suit and tie on? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think I've seen. That's where he does. That's where one of those gifts are from. That's popular when nobody on the radio can see it, but when he comes in.
Oh yeah. Okay. Like okay. Yeah. No. That is. I think that's Black Jeopardy. I think the gift you're talking about is Black Jeopardy. Yeah, because his hair is very different on this one here. Let's get our man Ivan in here. Ivan, what's going on, baby?
What is happening, fellas? Just another bad game. Kind of getting used to it, but I don't really want to, man. Like, let's talk numbers real quick. We got 7 for 31 from deep. Yikes. That's just trash. It's unforgivable, but it's something we've come to expect. The over, though, and
oh
no. Oh no. Someone in the front office got his phone. It's been confiscated. Oh dear. Someone check on Ivan and make sure he's okay. He might have been a little too close to G1C and someone sent zap. Got his phone there. Ivan, we love you, bro. Just shoot us a note, man. Let us know you're safe. Let us know no one got you.
Let's get Big Al on the job.
We'll get Big Al on it. Please. 916-349-1320. If you want to get in on the phone lines, I know a lot of people are jumping here in the chat, man. And I know like folks are frustrated. I get it. I wish I don't know what to say, Casey. I honestly don't. De'Aaron's,
man.
De'Aaron wasn't awful yesterday, and I think that's the frustrating thing about some of this stuff. In a win, De'Aaron's performance yesterday is fine. Like if the game finished the way it was tracking with about 6 minutes to go, De'Aaron's performance was fine yesterday, in my opinion.
Yeah,
but when the Kings desperately needed a basket, our man wasn't there. Like, our man couldn't do it. And maybe that's unfair. Maybe it's unfair to put all of that on him, but
it's not.
We needed something, man, and he wasn't there.
It's not, man. He, like you said, he had a good game last night. It was efficient and all that other stuff. But like you said, in the fourth quarter, when it was needed, he didn't come through.
I think he had 4 points in the quarter.
1 of 5 from the field, 0-2 from beyond the arc, and those 2 threes. Well, one was just a miss. The one in the corner was just a miss. When he hit the side of the backboard from the wing, I said, "My gosh, Jesus!"
Speaking of,
how does that happen?
Talking about shot selection, here's Alvin Gentry talking about Buddy and Tyrese's shots in transition last night.
Both of those guys, if you look at the shooting percentage, they're shots that within what we're trying to do, they're good shots. What I don't want us to do, and I think what has happened some in the past is that, we get up 9 points and we start playing, really cautious basketball. And that's way, way, way too much time left in a basketball game to all of a sudden just try to slow it down and start playing cautious basketball. We have to learn to play in the open court. We have to have good shot selection, which I thought we did for the most part. We didn't shoot the ball very well at all. We shot 41%, 42% really, and 23% from three. And so that's really not a recipe for winning in this league, even if you play at home. So we just got to do a better job. But, it's a game under our belt. And the thing that's really disturbing right now is that we're having trouble winning games at home. And in this league, you have to win your home games. You have to be good at home, and then you have to be, decent on the road. And we have not been good at home, and we've got to find a way to get that change right away.
Everybody kept on saying, I'm not saying these guys were great and, flawless or anything like that, but get Vlade out of here, everything will change. Get Luke out of here, everything will change. It's this group. It's this group of players. And once again, I want to reiterate, it doesn't mean they're bad individual players, because I think when you talk about the core of Fox, I don't know if I'll throw – Haliburton will be in there. Rashawn Holmes, Harrison Barnes, Buddy Hield, individually, good ball players. They can play basketball at a very high level. It's not a knock on them like individually, but as a group, these guys stink. Like as a group, that group collectively stinks. They are not good, and they do not bring out the best in each other. And it's never going to change with this group. You gotta bust these guys up, man. I'm not saying get rid of all 5. If you do that, so what? I'm not really tripping at this point, but I'm not saying get rid of all 5, but those 5 can't play together no more.
I feel like we should point out, I feel like Rashawn's doing his job.
Rashawn's a good ball player.
Perhaps more consistently than anyone else is doing theirs.
Yeah, Rashawn's a good ball player, just like the other 4 guys, but collectively, it don't work. So if you had to move Rashawn to bust these guys up, or move him to package Buddy or something like that, like that's
not where I would start. I agree. I agree.
It's all on the table because these guys together collectively, they're just not good enough. And once again, remember what we're talking about. I'm not even talking about good enough to win a championship or be contenders.
You're talking about 40 and 42.
These guys aren't good enough with that.
Yeah. Well, damn. Will Griffith coming up in 30 minutes. Will Griffith, of course, the Kings Herald podcast with Will, Tony, and Jerry Reynolds. We'll talk to him. You'll hear more from Alvin Gentry. You'll hear from Tristan Thompson. We want to hear from you. Craig, I see you. Hang tight, man. I promise we'll get to you right after the break. If you want to get in, we got you. 916-349-1320. We're coming back. A lot more Kings coverage ahead here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's Steeler and KC on ESPN 1320.
Hey, so Ivan reminded me, I never got to this, but I'll let you guys hear it on the stream because I don't know if it fits in the show. But
before you hit that, can y'all hit the thumbs up? We got about 188 in here and just 76 likes. So can y'all get them thumbs up? Dave woke up and got his 2 burners on us already. So if y'all could get the thumbs up, man, we'd love you for it. Get us to triple digits.
Maybe that's what we need. We need new courtside people. Maybe that'll change the fortunes.
Oh, who's going to be? Maybe if we drive an RV across the country, we can save the team. Save the team. But go ahead. You fire that.
So Ivan getting captured around the Golden One Center during this call reminded me of this one from our good friends at WIP in Philadelphia.
Let's go to James in the Northeast. Hi, James.
Angelo, morning team. How y'all been?
We're doing great, James. What's on your mind, bro?
Not bad. Someone just hit my car.
Oh, no.
Not bad.
You just
Oh,
got
you got
hit?
hit.
Yeah, they're driving off. It's okay.
What?
Oh, no. What? No,
Yeah, they
James.
went
What's their license plate?
Get
Yes.
license plate.
Anyway,
I'll write it down. I'm going to get a license plate.
I'll get a
It's, I
lawyer.
can't.
I'll get a lawyer for you. Read the license plate over the radio.
No. Oh, yeah, that's wrong. That shouldn't do that.
they,
Yeah, no.
they swerved into my lane. No way. Anyway, I was calling about Ben Simmons.
What? James,
I'm not worried about it.
Go ahead.
You just got in a car accident. You called about Ben Simmons?
Oh, that's an
Yeah,
accident.
because he annoys me more than someone hitting my car and driving off.
Yeah. Hey.
It annoys me more than someone hitting my car and driving off.
That's wild. Yeah, Philly is Will says. Philly's a little different. Man, I was trying to Lisa brings up a point. We brought it up last year and we kind of posed it as why is this happening?
You're 100% right, Lisa.
Oh, no,
100%.
man.
Lisa, I just caught the word sign in there and I thought they were attacking Sign Lady again.
Oh,
In that comment, I just saw sign. I was like,
They're
oh my
going.
gosh, again?
They're going.
Leave that lady alone.
Ain't my business. Yeah, John, I don't. It looks like he.
Oh, no.
something. Yeah, JT. I didn't find out. I was looking at the schedule, like, next game is until the 4th, and then Io hit me. He was like, man, I've been meaning to call you. Yeah, he got hurt. So I don't know if his foot. I don't know the extent of it, but yeah, it's a tough one, man.
I'm sorry to hear.
He
that.
started to ramp up a little bit too, so that's frustrating.
I wonder how that works with the, the red shirt rule, medical red shirt. If it is something like that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Give him some time to focus on school and
get adjusted to that. To that college life, man. It's a little different.
Yeah, for sure.
The baby daddy.
Man. Yeah. Oh man. Oh yeah, we rock with Folsom Lake College for sure. That's a given. That's a given. We rock with Folsom Lake College. Oh man, unrelated, but I just saw Schefter's tweet. Freddie
God.
Kitchens is taking over as the Giants play caller.
Oh,
Y'all got Fredo calling plays for you, and you think that's gonna fix things?
oh, all right.
Oh man,
I gotta ask the question. Actually, I don't have to ask the question because I know the answer, but we'll ask it anyway. Who is more miserable today? D'Lo and KC or D'Lo and JC in New York? Talking about the Giants.
Oh man,
And I said the answer is easy. It's us.
It's us.
Because they won a goddamn Super Bowl not too long ago.
Yeah, they got
10 years ago, 12 years, whatever. A Super Bowl. Not a playoff appearance. A Super Bowl.
We can't even get to the 10th spot, man. That is just wild. Like, hey, you know what we're going to do? We're going to extend the playoffs. More teams can get in. No. Not Sacramento. Not the Kings. And the Kings, once again, will be the butt of jokes for the foreseeable future. And rightfully so. Like, when you conduct yourself this way, like, that's what's going to happen. This organization can't get itself together.
And you know what the problem is? Because, like you said, there's enough blame to go around, whether you want to blame Vivek or, anybody else in the front office, Monty, Joe Dumars, whoever you want to blame. But the problem is the guys with this group, or I shouldn't even say that. We'll take a Buddy Hield, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
They're more focused on that than having personal pride and being embarrassed that their name is associated with it. They're like, just get me out of here because this is too hard, or I don't like the way things are ran here, or whatever the case may be. Never mind that this is all a reflection of you. I'm not giving you the pass that maybe other people would do when they just say, oh, it's just Sacramento. No, you out there playing. You out there chucking up bricks. You out there not defending. You out there making low basketball IQ plays night in and night out. Vivek ain't got nothing to do with that. The only thing he got to do with that is the fact that he's still keeping your ass here. Maybe that's who I should blame him for. You know what I'm saying? Keeping guys like that around. But they get so wrapped up. Oh, it's basketball hell and it's just crazy dysfunction. Do your job, man. Do your job. And and get us to the damn 10th seed. All right. If you want to talk, once again, if you want to talk about championship, sure, maybe that's not how things work. But we're asking you not to suck. And you can't even do that. Do your job. Then worry about somebody else.
916-349-1320. You're welcome to get in and vent and share your frustrations with us, man. We got you. Let's go to our man, Craig. Craig, we appreciate you holding, man. Thank you. What's going on?
Yeah, no sweat, fellas. Happy Tuesday to you both.
Yeah, man.
Indeed.
Same to you, bro.
So, three quick things. I got two questions and one request. The first question I have pertains to the Kings, and we all know that a lot of NBA teams have like a Batman or Robin. I feel like we all thought Fox was going to be our Batman, and we needed a Robin. But at this point, are we just trying to trade whatever we have or get rid of whatever we have to get multiple Robins? Does that make sense?
No, I feel you. Yeah, because it's better than what we have right now. Because what we have right now, to stick with your analogy, is the Penguin, the Joker, the guy that Arnold Schwarzenegger played. We got all. We might have a Catwoman somewhere. We got all the villains
around here.
There's plenty of those.
Yeah,
they all over the place
around here.
They all over the place.
There's a lot going on. Here's the deal. With this particular era, and this
got Alfred the butler running everything.
We got the Riddler around here.
He's here. Yeah, he's here. That was Buddy last night talking to Doc Rivers.
Jokes. He made Doc laugh.
He did.
He made Doc laugh.
He did.
With this particular era and this particular group, let's just call a spade a spade. At least how I see it. I'll call a spade the way I see it. I've said numerous times. De'Aaron Fox was drafted. It was great. He was, wanted here. Joy, euphoria. He was going to change some things. Said numerous times. He was not supposed to be the best player on this team. You get Marvin Bagley in here, that's the other guy. 20-10. Fox does his little 19-9 or whatever the case may be. And now we're cooking. And they've both been failures. De'Aaron hasn't been a failure, but he's not made for this role. He's not made for supposedly being the best player on the team.
Is that our fault for anointing him as that? I mean, the organization paid him like he was going to be the guy, but there are guys who get big deals that aren't. I mean, obviously Tatum is, Donovan Mitchell is.
Somebody like Tobias Harris. He's got hundreds of $1 million. He's not a leader or a best player on the team, I should say. Right. So that ultimately, to be honest with you, Damien, that's our fault.
Okay.
For expecting him to be something that I would say he isn't capable of being. He can't do what we're asking him to do. And that's not his fault. That's our fault. We need to bring back our expectations of him. And like I originally said when he was drafted, give me your 19-9, and that's good. The job is to find somebody better. Now, if you want to blame somebody, I mean, that gets a little murky because he had injuries. But, I mean, Bagley is the missing piece here for what was supposed to happen. He was supposed to be the guy that you can go to for 20-plus every night, 10 rebounds, be your all-star, be your Chris Bosh, right? And to pair up with De'Aaron Fox. And none of it has worked out, and now all of it is over. It's all over. Like these guys don't work whatsoever.
Tyrese played 33 minutes last night and didn't score.
It's impossible.
And I think, it very much is possible.
That's impossible.
It very much is possible. He had 9 assists, so 9 assists, 4 rebounds. I think, because in a nutshell, like by itself, this stuff isn't that big of a deal. Like Tyrese Haliburton, I mean, it's wild that a player the caliber of Tyrese Haliburton plays 33 minutes and doesn't score. That's a bit wild to me. Yeah, Mo Harkless. You got 2 starters who combined for 2 points. Now with Mo Harkless, I guess you kind of know what you're gonna get. Maybe you don't have a better option in that regard. But you look at Harrison Barnes and the 10 points that he had and the kind of non-existent performance from him. And then the fact that, De'Aaron wasn't able to pull through there in the fourth quarter. In a nutshell, it's like, it's basketball, man. Stuff happens.
Mm-hmm.
But with the team, this team has been, they were heading into last night's game, 7 of 8? They had lost 7 of 8. Your coach had just gotten fired. You would think we're on our home floor. This is not the Philadelphia 76ers. This is the Scranton 52ers. Like this, there's no joke. It's the ghost of Andre Drummond who is making us look like a complete ass out here. It's the Detroit Pistons version of the early Detroit Pistons version of Andre Drummond out here working us like we ain't got, no sense. You would think they'd be like, yo, Dig, we've got to get this one. Dig, we can't lose this. Dig, we're going to be playing in empty arenas again in Sacramento. We're going to be playing in a figuratively empty Golden One Center if we can't start pulling this together. Dig, we're in position to win this game. Let's close this team out. But they couldn't. Like, again, in a nutshell, these performances, they're not that big of a deal. In the big scheme of things, it's like, seriously? It's not a must-win game, but it's kind of a must-win game. Get your new coach off on the right foot. Settle everything down. Regroup. Head into this game against Portland. You got the Lakers coming up Friday. They couldn't respond to anything.
You know what, Damien? It's because nothing to this group, nothing really matters that much. Nothing matters that. And they've shown us that for years. Whether it's a coach being on the hot seat, a coach getting fired, your teammate getting thrown off the rim. Just go down the list. Nothing matters that much to this group. Now, once again, they want to win. You don't get to the level that they're at without having some kind of competitiveness. But you're going up against the most competitive of the most competitive. And things like this, like Tyrese Maxey, this was an opportunity last night. I'm going up against De'Aaron Fox. He can't guard me. I'm about to show the NBA world what I can do. Who's the other dude? Isaiah Joe. Isaiah Joe was like, yo, I got an opportunity to shine a little bit here. I'm about to play. Like, nothing matters to this particular group that much. Once again, it matters. It matters to everybody in the NBA for the most part. But you were, like I said, coach getting fired, embarrassment, public shame, jokes, just being one of the worst teams in the NBA again. It doesn't matter that much. It matters, but not that much where I need to dig to a point where I'm uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? Like, once again, this group has shown us that year in and year out for the last couple of years.
So I guess we just settle in for a long ass season of losing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. All right. We're gonna start the NBA Power Hour after Thanksgiving.
We start the NBA Power Hour, then win 5 or 6.
It's true.
Because that's what happens when nobody's looking at them.
True.
When nobody cares, that's when they, the pressure's off, the lights are off.
De'Aaron gets sick.
Games. De'Aaron gets sick.
I tried to ask people, why is this team playing the way that they are? It's not just De'Aaron. Tyrese wasn't there either.
Mm.
And no one had an answer. I wonder if anyone has an answer now.
So what needs to happen at this point, if you're Monty McNair, is it's time to start getting. Go ahead.
I know where you're going. The first thing you have to do, unfortunately, you're not going to like this, is you probably have to wait. We started to talk about this yesterday. We didn't dive into it probably as much as we should have. You probably got to get to December 15th first.
All right, that's like 3 weeks away.
Yeah,
start getting stuff together now. Like, if you got to wait 3 weeks, that doesn't mean you can't be on the phone today.
Yeah.
You just can't officially do it. So starting to get on the phone. Everybody is on the table, right? But it's in different ways. Buddy Hield, I would start making calls about. Do you want this guy? What do you want him? Second rounder? All right. What can I at least get an expiring? Because I know I got to take some money back. Can I get an like, you start working on that now. Marvin Bagley, like Matt Barnes was saying yesterday, there's no reason for him to be here. I mean, I'm a big on vibes, as you guys know. It's just bad vibes with Marvin Bagley, bad vibes. And then like he whines and complains, and his team whines and complains about not playing. And he gets in these 3 games and he's done absolutely nothing. He's done, off the top of my head, he's probably shooting 20-something% from the field. Like, it's not like he doesn't take shots. I think he was like 1 of 5 last night or something like that. Like, he's taking shots and he's just breaking them. Like, you beg and grind for this opportunity, and when you get an opportunity, you don't cash in whatsoever. So be prepared to trade him. I know there's the $11 million or whatever. Like you said, just send him home. But he doesn't need to be in the locker room. But you look to move those 2 guys as soon as possible. And after that, I'm going around the league, and these guys might not be available. But anything that smells like it might be some type of dissension or somebody available, I'm calling, and I'm just saying, hey, what would it take? Mm-hmm. So, for instance, I'm calling New Orleans. I'm like, Brandon Ingram, Griff, what would it take, man? What would it take? Griff may come back with De'Aaron Fox and 2 firsts. Good. We got a deal? I'll do that. I'm throwing out a hypothetical, but that's how you gauge what you can get. I'd call Portland. Portland, what would it take for Dame? What would it take? You figure out, you let them set the price, And to be honest with you, there might not be any price that I wouldn't take for some of those guys. Like once again, this group, they're not it. They're not it. Definitely time to move on from those dudes.
Agree. Let's go to the phones. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damien Barling. You can connect with us here at 916-349-1320. Let's get to our man Joe here. Joe, what's happening?
What's happening, fellas? First of all, I hope you all have a good Thanksgiving, okay?
You
Thank
too,
you, brother.
man.
All right. And then I think the problem is you ain't got to fire all of them. I think you just got to fire one of them. I think the players are a little too comfortable being lazy. So just you got to shake it up. And then I think we got to question the ownership group. Like, why is he allowing this? And that's all I got.
No, it's a fair question. It's a fair question to ask, like, where the ownership group is in all of this, because they are the paint by numbers of dysfunction. And go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask you a question about that.
Okay.
Do you want to hear from Vivek?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think I do too. And
I don't think
I don't know what kind of platform that would be on. I mean, it could be on D-Lo and KC, but I don't know what type of platform
It'd be way too difficult.
or how that would work out. You know, he might. I don't know how he do it, but I'll give him his credit, because when it was real ugly about 3-4 years ago, people said, just get the hell out of here. Like, don't talk, don't say anything. You haven't heard a peep from Vivek Ranadive for 3 or 4 years.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think I need to hear from him right now.
But
Like, what's going on here?
I'm with you. I'm with you. I also question whether he'd actually be honest about what's going on, because there are a lot of questions that I'd want to know the answers to. I want to know about the hiring process of Monty McNair. I want to know about the hiring process of the people that are, quote, on Monty McNair's team. I'd like to know how some of that stuff went. I'd like to know about the Doug Christie stuff. I'd like to know who James Ham, I think, brought up a great point yesterday. Who in this organization had enough pull to hit Adrian Wojnarowski and say that Doug Christie is a viable candidate for this head coaching position? Now, a lot of that, as we learned, I think a little bit in the Athletic article today, some of that could have been public negotiating. Alvin wanted a little bit more than he got from the Kings. He wanted that interim tag removed. He wanted to be the head coach of the Sacramento Kings. And I think, and understandably so, like that's what you have an agent for. You go out there and you deal with this stuff. The Sacramento Kings may have very well have been publicly showing Alvin Gentry, like, look, you could take this job or not, because if you don't, we know what we're going to do. It could have been as simple as that. Or it could be, and this is what Kings fans are accustomed to, it could be significantly more sinister. They're starting to lay the groundwork for Doug Christie to be the head coach. And hey, like, that's cool. If you want Doug Christie to be the head coach next year, like, whatever. That's fine. I'm of the belief, if Doug Christie believes he could be a head coach, then, hey, let him rock. But do it because you believe he's the best person for the job. Not because you need another person from the 2001-2002 team here in a position of power. Hire the person who you believe is going to be able to coach this team. Don't hire his assistants or her assistants for them. Let them pick. Let them choose. Let them build their staff. And if it's Doug, cool. But don't hire Doug because he's something you're trying to hold on to 20 freaking years ago. Like, we're 20 years removed from that 2001 team. That's insane. But we still holding on. We still holding on. We kept them all around as long as we could. Burned Vlade and Peja. Burned them at the stake. They're out. Got Bobby and Stockton. You know, that's low key. That's chill. Got Doug here on the staff now. Mike coming in as the strength and conditioning coach any minute. That's not true. That's not true at all. But the point in all that being is, I would ask questions that I don't think Vivek would answer.
No.
That's why Vivek would never come on this show, and it's probably why Monty McNair doesn't come on this show.
No. I look at these guys, man, and I am a big believer in everything starts at the top. It starts at the top. Big believer in that. But on the other hand, I mean, these guys, it seems like, I could be wrong. I've been to Chase Center. That's really nice too. But it seems like these guys have the best of everything. They got a really nice locker room. They got great facilities.
This isn't the dying year of the Maloofs, the dying years of the Maloofs, where everything that you used to have was cut.
Yeah. Right? Everything, like
you were getting Lunchables as your post-game meals in those years. Sort of. Sort of. So, maybe not exactly, but kind of. Compared to what they were, you were essentially getting Lunchables.
But you know, for the most part, everybody that everybody wants gone has been ousted. Lottie's been fired.
Yeah.
Coaches have been fired. It's still, what are they paying? 3 coaches right now, or 2?
It's 2. Luke and Alvin, but they're paying Vlade too.
Yeah.
Could be 3 next year.
They wanted him to stay out of the way and go get a search firm. That's what he did this time for Monty.
Mm-hmm.
I look at it as these guys that they have on the court aren't getting the job done. That's all we're asking for. If Vivek may not be good enough owner to win a championship, I can attest it. That's fine.
You know what great business owners do, though? I'm not talking about team owners. I'm talking about business owners.
Mm-hmm.
You put people, you empower people to do what they do well. Like if you might own a tech company for whatever reason, and your tech company, I wasn't trying to make a Vivek tie-in here, but you feel me? You might own a tech company, but that doesn't mean like you've got to go build the computer yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You hire someone who's really good at doing that.
Right.
You own a basketball team. You are in charge of the big picture. Hire someone to run and only run the business of basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Hire somebody to run and only run the on-court portion of basketball. You oversee those two. Those two do not need to meet. Those two have nothing to do with one another. One does not influence the other in any way, shape, or form. That's what that's what successful owners of businesses do.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Jerry Jones is in a unique position. He makes billions upon billions with his Dallas Cowboy brand. But when was the last time that team won a Super Bowl? Has that team ever won a Super Bowl without Jimmy Johnson?
Well,
okay.
Those were Jimmy's guys.
How long ago was that? That was longer than 2001. That was longer than what we're holding on to here with the Kings.
Long ass time. But you know what,
those two don't need to meet.
But you know what, Damien? Everything you said is 100% right. Jerry Jones made the goddamn playoffs.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? Like I said it yesterday. I said again, we're real simple out here, man. You're not necessarily asking for the world. We just want a team that can get into a playoff situation in a league where half of the league makes the playoffs. Like you don't have to be smart. You don't have to be good to get into the playoffs. These guys can't do that. And that's where, like I said, that's bare minimum. That's where I put it a little bit more on the plus. When you talk about next level stuff, yeah, they're not structured right now to be any type of championship organization. Mm-hmm. They're not. But keep saying it. Team's back into the playoffs, and the owner is trying to be garbage and trying to be bad, and the players still find a way to get into the playoffs. And these guys can't even do that.
Will Griffith came on our radio show and said, "You guys are idiots. The Kings stink." weeks ago.
He did.
I mean, I paraphrased. Again, I'm paraphrasing a lot today. I'm a little over dramatic.
He said it.
Who was it? Was it Patti LaBelle or Aretha Franklin in the Snickers commercial? I'm not myself when I'm hungry. That's me today. Was that I can't remember.
Was in the Old Spice commercial though.
Patty was in the Old Spice commercial. Yeah. That's right.
So I might be getting him confused. I don't know.
Anyways, Will Griffith was right. We were wrong. He'll rub it in for sure. Next, here on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage, Steelo and KC on ESPN 1320. What's up, buddy?
How's it going, guys?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm not here for a victory tour.
Yes, you are. Don't lie. You earned it.
No,
you earned it.
No.
You stunk up the joint.
No. They had me guessing there for that first 10 games. I was sitting there going, I'm going to have to go back on there, and they're going to have to talk some serious crap about me.
Thank God we did. I think we've tried to get you on a couple of times. Thank God you didn't come on back then, because
I'd have been eviscerated.
Yep, and then you would have come back, and you could have sat here for 35 minutes and just stared at us and not said a word. Been like, y'all got something to say now? I mean, y'all awfully quiet over there.
I blame you guys. I'm still more hopeful for this team than like last year's team. I'm still like, oh, they could probably turn it around. And I blame you guys for that. I blame you guys for being so excited at the beginning of the season where I'm like, I could kind of see it now.
I got no faith in this group.
They're what? They've lost 8 of their last 9 now?
Yeah.
Same as it ever was.
Johnny do it. This guy. The Franz Wagner pick looking really Okay, sir.
Franz. Are you a Franz guy, Will? I can't remember.
No, unfortunately, I was pretty much the least Franz guy in our at the Kings Herald. I was pretty anti-Franz, and I'm glad he makes me look stupid. Like, I'm totally okay with looking dumb about some of this stuff. I got no ego attached to it.
Franz is having a all right season.
Yeah, I think he looks. I mean, I think he looks decent. I don't know if it would have saved this team from. It wouldn't have saved Luke Walton.
They don't even save the Magic. They're 4-14. Don't even save the Magic.
Lost in all of that is that they're just as bad.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about, Warren. That's a work day that I like right there, baby.
Oh, let's go.
A long time.
I like it.
So you guys, are we opening it up to be just a general NBA show now? I've talked to Jerry about Jerry. We might have to end up being just the Kings Herald presents NBA, you know.
Yeah, we joke about that. Like it would have to get really, really bad for that to happen. I don't think that's going to happen.
That NBA
there will probably be increased NBA coverage, but I don't know that.
Wait a minute, Roddy, who is he? He's in the chat. No way.
I think they're saying
no.
I
think they're
look
joking.
like Puke Guy.
Oh.
All right, don't make me close. Y'all knock it off. Y'all knock it off. Okay, there it is. That's where it started. I found the origins of it. Hey, nice shirt. I just noticed that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Nice.
I love the color scheme, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother. That's awesome.
Yeah, you put it in a black shirt with gold accents. I'm on it. I'm there.
That's awesome, man. We appreciate it.
This is gonna be fun, guys. We have almost nothing to talk about that's positive. So I'm in my wheelhouse.
There's no positivity going on around here.
Who was it? You said it was Tim Maxwell that said you got your.
Oh yeah, I got my
Kings Herald credential today.
Credential, yes,
yeah,
indeed.
that was great.
I'm official.
I love it.
Anytime you want to come over, Kenny.
Lost his smile. Jason, beyond your tweets, man, that made me laugh. Kenny lost his smile. Oh man, I feel like I should Do I need to read anything? I should probably do an Odyssey read. Yeah, I get weird coming out of those Tuesdays where I have to read so much and then don't read anything the next day. I get a little antsy. Yeah, for real. All right. Hang on, guys. If you haven't yet downloaded the Odyssey app, you can and you should. You can discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. Channels like Drake Bars, Puff Bars, and Stat Hose, all probably available on the Odyssey app. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. Friendly reminder that Stat Hose is brought to you by Morgan Reagan. That is trademarked by her, and she is the owner of that. But I do love singing Stat Hose records. Will Griffith is here for his victory lap. Go ahead, Will. Will Griffith at the King's Herald. Just rip the Band-Aid off. You were right.
No, I'm not doing
it. Right. We were wrong.
I refuse. I'm never going to put a fan down for being excited for his team. And boy, howdy, that summer league championship and all those Twitter clips of everybody high-fiving each other during the preseason, they got you guys hyped up, and now we're here, and now we're here again. So I'm glad you guys are excited, because if you guys weren't excited, I wouldn't be here. I'd have quit 100 years ago. So go ahead. No,
we were excited. Past tense, and it wasn't the summer league, man. It wasn't high fives. Like we thought. I mean, Kenny, I'll own it. I genuinely thought the team was good. I thought the roster was good.
Yeah, I thought it was solid.
Especially for what we were asking. like we weren't naive to what we were asking for. I thought the roster was good enough for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think they're still good enough. This is the hard part about listening to you guys every day as a generally grumpy person about this team. You guys had me believe in those first 10 games that I might be the dumbest person in Sacramento. I mean, I watch you guys most days, and I bought into the hype, and I went, well, I was writing positive previews. I was getting out there going like, all right, I might have to go on the King's Herald show and make some apologies. I might have to do the rounds and shake hands and kiss babies and say, I am so sorry for what I did. It didn't work out that way, but we got a lot of season left.
Yeah, you don't have to do it right now, and I don't see it coming anytime soon. Will, I just look at this group of guys, and I talk about the core of this team, this group that's been together for the most part for the last 2 to 4 years. Rashawn Holmes, Harrison Barnes, Tyrese Haliburton, Buddy Hield, and De'Aaron Fox. And I just don't see it from these guys. I don't see any scenario where they can band together and dig deep enough to change the fortunes of what's gone on so far this season.
I think you're right to a certain extent. I think we've seen the run from our current core with Harrison Barnes, and like this current group isn't working together. I think it's time to sell, to make a change that way, to ship somebody off, whether that be Buddy Hield or Marvin, like you've talked about, whether that's seeing if you can swap De'Aaron, which is something that I would prefer not to do. I think that De'Aaron has the ability to bounce back in the second half of the season. But there needs to be a change on the roster, and somebody has to be brought in that can at least handle the share of some sort of responsibility, whether that's a leadership responsibility in the locker room, whether that's being the guy on the court. Something's got to change, because everybody here is passive. Every single person on this team is passive in one regard or another, and it's not working. It is not working at all.
It's, it's interesting, Will and KC. You brought up, you would rather not move on from De'Aaron. You'd rather not swap De'Aaron right now. And it's, this is the first down season he's had.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And admittedly, it is coming at the worst possible time. Like, it appears everything else is bad. The coach is fired, and our expectations were really high. And oh, by the way, that new contract just kicked in. So it couldn't have hit him at the worst possible time. But in 5 years, and this isn't it's not an awful stretch of basketball that he's playing. It's just he's not living up to the expectations that we put out for him, and that goes back to what Kenny and I were talking about. Maybe that's our fault.
I think that was the problem entering the season, is that the Kings always seem to set it up where you have to knock every single pin down to get any sort of victory out of this team. If De'Aaron Fox can make one more jump, if everyone can stay healthy, if Harrison Barnes can continue to average 25 points a game, if Davion Mitchell can play like a rookie of the year candidate, then we can get the 8th seed. And like, to me, that's one of those things that it's like, something's going to go wrong somewhere along the way. And unfortunately this year it's De'Aaron. Now, regression is going to happen at some point or another. I don't think he's had a good 3-point shooting year since his sophomore campaign. It's looking more and more like an anomaly every game that passes. But nobody expected a regression like this. Like, I could see him dropping in points. I could see him not living up to how he was playing before he got COVID at the end of the year. But this feels different, right? I worry sometimes that this is an off the court thing, or that whether Monty walked up to him and said, "Hey, we're trying to swap you. I'm committed to Tyrese. I'm committed to Davion, and you're going to be the odd man out. You're my Kevin Martin, and I'm trying to go get a James Harden." But whatever it is, his personality, I feel like, has changed even as much as his stuff on the court has.
Yeah, I've said numerous times, I look at him, and he was great last year, but I don't see the same type of player that I saw from his freshman year in Kentucky to the second year in the NBA. Like, it's just a different style of play. It's a different level of intensity night in and night out. And it's like you just mentioned, it's just continuously and constantly passive. And he's supposed to be a leader on and off the court, mostly on the court. That's really my concern. Like, on the court, he's supposed to bring these guys home. But he's been far from that this year. And like you said, the shooting, I don't ever see that developing. I just don't.
Yeah, I mean, we see late in somebody's career. I feel like Jason Kidd is something that I've seen fans point to, like, well, if Jason Kidd could do it, De'Aaron Fox could do it. But like, Jason Kidd is also a Hall of Fame talent that, it's different. He played with fire and passion for years and years and years before he became a good 3-point shooter. Fox
and real quick, not to cut you off, Will.
No.
People talk about Jason Kidd. By the time he was shooting like that, he was averaging 10 points a game.
Yeah.
Like, we're not sitting here saying, well, he can turn into Jason Kidd and
wait till he turns 33.
No, that's not what we want.
Let's go, guys. Only 10 more years.
What were we talking about? What were we on?
A quarter-century playoff drought.
Yeah, we're just talking about how the shooting doesn't look like it's ever going to come.
No, I don't think it's going to come at this point. I don't necessarily subscribe to you pushed pretty far today, Kenny, by saying that we lost the Ja Morant debate. I think we're losing. I think we're down 30 in that halftime, maybe. I think there's still an opportunity for Fox to come back and take that, because they're still both incredibly young. We don't know where injury history is going to tie into this. We don't know what personnel decisions Memphis makes that might tie Ja up too. But I think you're right that, like, at this point, Ja Morant is playing fantastic, and he's got the Memphis Grizzlies rolling, and De'Aaron Fox in a season where he's being paid hundreds of millions of dollars to, if not lead off the court, at least be the leader, be the guy on it. Mm-hmm. I don't think he's doing either. And I think he's kind of pushing responsibility elsewhere even.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it kind of, I'm with that. And I'm with you in the sense that it feels like De'Aaron's personality changed. I do want to point out one thing that's, I guess it's sort of funny as we talk about Ja Morant, and I guess it plays into our expectations. The Grizzlies are 9-8. Dude, they're 9-8. Mm-hmm. That's like, and hey, that's good for them. It's 9-8. They're not 15-2.
Oh, you're right on that.
They're not 14-3. Like they're 9-8. That's all we wanted. We take 8-9. It's all we wanted, and couldn't get it.
Yeah,
incredible.
I mean, if we were sitting at 9-8 right now, would you not be saying the Kings are rolling? That the Kings have got it. This is the season. Almost 20 games into the season, we are the 6th seed in the playoffs. We're ahead of the Lakers. We're ahead of the Nuggets. We're the shit this season. I apologize, Jesse,
Okay.
if you have to bleep that one.
Jesse got it. Jesse's warmed up, man. He's
I'm
good. He
imagining
knows
a
what it
universe
is.
where we're excited about this team. I apologize. I should not have
good.
gotten so excited about a what if scenario.
You know what's worse about all of that? All they needed to do was handle business on their road trip.
Absolutely.
They handle business on their road trip. They're 9-8. Or they're 9 in math. Well, maybe they're 9
1
and
or 2 games over, right?
maybe they're 9-9, something like that. But their point is they're right there. It's everything else exactly the same, but the road trip is what it should have been. They're 9-9.
Yeah, don't lose to the Thunder, don't lose to the Spurs, and don't give up against the Pacers. And you're right there for it. And
Amazing.
That's where, to me, I'm like, this team's rolling right now, but they're also still not too far off. I was negative about them in the offseason, but like right now, like I would give Alvin Gentry 10 games before I finally write the season off. It's done. Let's start looking at draft picks because there is a chance Fox pulls this out. I can squint and see Tyrese Haliburton suddenly realizing I guess I can't score 0 points in an NBA game and expect us to win. With my mom sitting courtside with the flowers and I've scribbled something on my shoes. I'm going to go out there and score 0 points for her. But I can see them realizing Mo Harkless ain't the man either. And at least turning around to play just under sub 500 basketball. That's the hope.
Did they look any different to you last night in the first game with Alvin Gentry?
They look slower. Shout out to Rory. I think I saw it on Twitter and I saw him comment today. They played their slowest game. They played their slowest game of the year last year or this year. They played their slowest game of the season last night.
Wow.
And I think the rotations were a little bit better. I think seeing Tristan Thompson and Alex Len play in the same game was one of those things that people went, hold on a second here. Like we've been so conditioned to expect the one thing or another. It was like, oh wait, this is a new coach.
It's like, oh no, no one told Alvin. Alvin, you can't do this. Something's gonna happen. You can't do this.
I think there was a little bit more of either Tyrese or Fox were on the court for most of the game, which I thought was which was an improvement. But this is the same team. The fourth quarter was terrible. They were in it. I even saw people tweeting, "Oh, this game is fun," and they're playing the second and third string of the Sixers, and our expectations are so incredibly low that we're like, "Yay, we're keeping up with this B minus bench team," but this is the same team. I didn't see that much different, but it is one game from Alvin, so I'll give him 10 games before I finally go. Let's talk about what we need to talk about here.
Will Griffith of the King's Herald with us here. Will the boss Griffith with us on D-Lo and KC. What you mentioned, Tyrese. What's going on with Tyrese? It feels off.
I feel like this is his personality a little bit. I feel like he is a giving person. I feel like he is one of those guys that will defer. He likes getting those assists, and I feel like in some way he wants Fox back to where he is. And so some of that in his mind maybe is, well, if I don't take as many shots, if I can be secondary and force Fox to shoot, then maybe that'll spark, De'Aaron, and we'll get back to our not winning ways, but get back to our, competitive ways. And it's certainly not working, but I know they talked about last night on the broadcast that it almost seems like he would much prefer to just pick off assists all day, just sit there and collect assists and not have to shoot until the time is right. But if the Kings want to be anything in the next 5 or 6 years, he needs to be averaging 16 to 20. Like he not 10, not 13 or 14 with 6 or 7 assists. He needs to be the guy or the second guy for the Kings to be an 8th spot. And I just assume it's his personality at this point.
And to go along with that personality, in my opinion, I don't think De'Aaron Fox has the personality, and it's not in his DNA to shoot 20 times a night. I think if he could have it his way, he'd shoot 9 to 11 times a night, kind of, float in and out, where other guys on his team can pick up the scoring load, and he can just kind of distribute here and there. Not even really distribute to have 15 assists, just kind of orchestrate. Oh, I'm gonna move the ball over here. And that's your starting backcourt. Like
Yeah.
it's not enough. It's not good enough. And that leads back to me saying like these guys got to move on from these guys. You know, maybe not all 5 of those guys, but at least like 2 or 3 of them.
They have to move on from the assumption that De'Aaron Fox is a 1A guy on this team.
Mhm.
I think you guys talked about that. Like, we assume that he's a Batman when he's probably a Robin, and like, okay, so then how are you getting Batman to Sacramento? You know, you aren't signing him in free agency, so it's going to be a trade, or it's going to be a draft. It's going to be somebody in the draft. So we're talking about either overhauling the roster, like Kenny says, which will involve either Tyrese Haliburton, Davion Mitchell. Like, we can't keep all of our favorites and send our trash out for a star. So somebody's going to have to take, they're going to have to bite the bitter pill here, or it's going to be, you're going to have to tank, and you're going to have to tank very hard. You're going to have to commit, you're going to have to commit murder with some of these guys. You're going to have to sit some of these people in order to get low enough to where you can have a chance at a star. This is a deep draft this year, but you're not getting a game changer like Banchero or Durant or something like that without slamming on the brakes, pulling the e-brake, and going off the cliff.
Tanking work?
Yes and no. As somebody who's a proponent of it, I think that it won't work in Sacramento if you're trying to pull what Philly did. What Philly tried to do with a trust the process style, like 5 or 6 years, it just won't work in Sacramento. It just is not feasible because of the length of it. We've already killed our fan base after 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
When I got really chatty about tanking was as soon as COVID hit, because we knew fans weren't going to be in the stands for at least a season and a half or 2 seasons. So it's like, okay, here's your mini tank. You don't have to worry about anyone being in the stands anyways. You don't have to worry about ticket sales. So play the youth to the next year, rebound with 2 high draft picks, and then get started again. By the time people come back in the arena, you have a young team, you have a team that's driven, you hopefully have a star somewhere in there in the making, and go from there. Now, that's something that Monty McNair didn't do. I accept that. The Kings never do what I want them to do. And as a Kings fan, you just have to accept, like, yeah, I think this would be the smart thing for them to do. And then accept that they're going to do something completely off the wall stupid. It's not stupid necessarily that Monty didn't go that route, because you need money in order to run your franchise. And that playoff money is tantalizing. You've got a fan base that's nearly an active revolt. I can understand why the pressure is to, hey, let's build here and build quickly. But I feel like it's a little short-sighted.
The other thing about tanking, like, I was never a proponent of tanking with De'Aaron Fox, right? That didn't make sense to me. Like, this guy's going into his 5th season. If you're trying to tank with this guy, you got bigger problems on your hand than just trying to get, this high pick. You got a guy that isn't that guy. Turns out he might not be that guy. But when I look at tanking now, like, you're moving all these guys anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's not a guy outside of maybe, if you're lucky, Haliburton and Davion that you're going to keep around. Those are young players in the league anyway. All right. If you want to move on and get, a top 10 pick from somebody, go ahead, make the move. You know what I'm saying? Like, because this little structure that they got, this needs to be torn down. And if you can rebuild that real quick with like a Brandon Ingram, cool, that's great. But if you can't, and you can only take like somebody's first round unprotected, you have to look at it. I'm not even a big tanking guy, but you have to consider it.
You have to at least consider it. I think Memphis is a good model for what I was more considering the last couple of years, where they dropped out of the playoffs. They picked up, Jaren Jackson Jr., they picked up John Morant, and then all of a sudden they were 10th, then they were 8th. It was a pretty quick turnaround, and they're not necessarily the most efficient franchise in terms of, like, they haven't made it yet necessarily, but like, we would be begging for Memphis right now, as we've already talked about. Mm-hmm. Like, if you had a guy like John Morant and a guy like Jaren Jackson Jr., we'd be hyped as hell, even if it was just aiming for a 10th spot.
Yeah.
You still think with 60 some odd games left that this thing could be turned around a little bit and they could get back to competing? I mean, they're already 2.5 games out of the 10th spot right now with Minnesota going through one of those stretches where they're playing well.
Yeah, I think that the reason why I think that there's hope for the Kings here, if there's anything at all, is that I think OKC wants, I think they want one more year where they tank for somebody big. I think they've got a nice little collection of young guys, but I think they're looking for their 1A guy as well. Now I think Shea is maybe a 1B. He could be a 1A, but I think he's kind of De'Aaron Foxy a little bit in that regard. I think he's better than Fox at this point, but the Thunder are going to drop out for one more season, I feel like. And the Timberwolves, I never trust the Timberwolves. I mean, they're kind of my second. I always like to look over there and see how they're doing because we're the two poverty franchises in the NBA, if there are two.
Man, though. Good.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, if you're going to put our roster up against theirs, they've got a better roster. Yeah. And if you're going to put our coach up against theirs, I think they have a better coach. It's just a matter of, does Minnesota find a way to fumble the bag late in the season, and can the Kings keep pace at this point?
All right. Well, look, we got 60 games left, right? We'll talk to you before then, but as of right now, what do you want to see from the rest of the season? Is it purely like, oh no, we're still trying to make this playoffs, or do you want to see some kind of development, Davion's development, Tyrese development? Like what do you want to see out of the rest of the season besides, some type of playoff run?
I want to see at least some sort of consistency. I want, like, Monty McNair chose his path. I feel like he still has room to operate, but he chose his path. He's trying to get to the playoffs this year. Okay, so then go for it. Commit to it. It might be the wrong choice in my mind, but commit to it. Go get a star. And whatever that takes, go get it. And if he doesn't, if you push it to the All-Star break, you push a little bit further, and if you can get within sniffing distance of 8 through 10, then go all the way. If you can't, then hit the button and blow it to hell. If we're going to be sitting here at 12, okay, go see if you can get a top 4 pick this year. Go see if you can get some game-changing talent that De'Aaron can operate around, where he doesn't have to be the leader of this team. Because if they'd have done it any time in the last couple of years, we wouldn't be in this mess. We'd already been on the way up rather than still sinking to the bottom. But commit one way and then go for it. I'd like to see Tyrese Haliburton start to shoot, start to realize like he could be the alpha on this team. Mm-hmm. He could be the 1A guy for this particular brand of Kings basketball. I'd like to see Davion Mitchell, do something on the offensive end consistently, because as advertised as he's been on defense, his offense is so inconsistent that he's not the MVP of this team outside of De'Aaron Fox, as you guys talked about at the beginning of this year. I don't think he quite reached that level, but I'd like to see at least those two guys, because those are the core guys. I think Haliburton and Davion Mitchell at this point are kind of at Fox and Holmes included in that to a lesser extent. I think those are your two core guys. I think if Monty McNair has to choose, I think he's sending away Fox before he sends away Mitchell. And I think he sends away everybody else before he sends away Holmes or Haliburton.
What's Jerry think about all this?
Good
natured about it all.
Jerry is.
Oh,
did you mute yourself?
Oh, that's weird. I apologize.
Where was that mute button about 20 minutes ago, Will?
Jerry's an NBA fan at this point as much as he is a Kings fan.
Yeah.
So me and him talk quite a bit about it, and it's one of those things that he thinks that it starts at the top, that you have to have accountability all the way through, but it's also nothing that he didn't expect either. Mm-hmm. He isn't quite as grumpy as I can be about it in terms of like being aggressive with certain things, but I think he certainly is. He's as fed up as we are, as the fans are about it. He's just a much nicer person about it.
Well, great stuff, man. We love the podcast with you, Tony, and Jerry, and all the great work you do over at the Kings Herald, man. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for not gloating too much. You've earned it. You've deserved it here. 18, 19 games in this season, but we appreciate you taking it easy on us.
Hey, I love you guys. I'm not going to beat you up until you say something real stupid. Okay, I promise.
Tune in long enough. It's bound to happen.
Yeah, it will. I'll come for you at some point, but not over this guy. You had hope. That's nothing ever to beat you up over.
That's our man, Will Griffith at the King's Herald. We'll come back. There's a lot more to talk about. We mentioned Alvin Gentry. You'll hear more of what Alvin said post-game last night when D-Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Nice stuff, Will. Great stuff.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me.
Always, man.
Will Griffith, Rick Ross. Will Griffith, Rick Ross, man. Good stuff.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't come on last week because I'd had to follow Rick Ross at some point. And it's like, that's not happening.
That's good stuff. At least there's no echo on your end. We appreciate you, buddy, man. Thank you again.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
All right,
See you.
All right, Will. All right. Good stuff there. Hide you down. Oh, don't worry about it. We're good. I think I've only played the one Buddy clip from Gentry. I was going to use this segment here to play the other stuff, and then we'll kind of gauge what to do next. But we could probably get some dialogue out of Alvin sound. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Oh, the Tristan sound you already cut?
He dropped another album?
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Is it? We'll yeah. 2 minutes and 38 seconds.
Where was I going? Oh, man. Nah. I was trying to go, but day before Thanksgiving, I'm sure we got family coming in. I might go though. I want to go, but I might be needed around here.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, that's what's up.
That's good. Yeah, I need to pop in, man. I just even just to see guys like Matt and James and those guys for a few minutes.
Yeah.
It's not as easy as it used to be. I don't know whose bright idea it was to move out here. I did add a little something that I can't wait for you guys to see, though. I'm pretty excited about. Like I'm very excited about. I dressed up the loft.
Hey.
I did. What? Gosh, dang it! What was it again, Bryce? Hold on, don't tell me. It was a good one too. Oh, what? No, that's not it. Dang it, Bryce, where are you? Oh, that's a good one. When the Cobra bit the Macho Man.
The Macho Man.
I remember my mind was blown when I saw that. Yeah. That it was supposed to strike and leave and it wouldn't let go. Yeah. Go to DLoandKC.com, 25% off everything. Get your brand new Martin hoodie or tee or crew, or grab your new For the Culture joint, and keep an eye out because y'all got me working. But keep an eye out. We'll drop some more stuff this week. We are streaming live on the Odyssey app. Streaming live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320 as well. You can watch the show as well as listen to it, man. But no matter where you are, again, we know a lot of you are off or getting ready to be off for the remainder of the week, man. But we really appreciate you making us a part of your day. And I think it says something Casey, I think it says something about this fan base that as frustrating as it gets, they continue to tune in. They continue to want to hear about their Kings. People continue to want to talk about their Kings, and I think most of all, man, we want to try to fix this.
Yeah,
and I don't know that I can fix it. I don't know that Vivek and his crew are listening. I doubt that Monty McNair and his crew are listening, but I know what y'all doing ain't working. I mean, you can come over here, man. We're happy to help you out. We'll help you out as much as possible because, like we said, man, what y'all doing right now ain't working.
It's not working. It hasn't been working.
Station here, we can help you.
Yeah, it hasn't been working, but we just want to go to Branson, as Jimmy Cheatham would once say. I just want to get to the playoffs.
Yeah,
let's start there.
Postseason.
Start there. The postseason.
Just want to get to the postseason.
Have a season that keeps me captivated in a positive way. You know what I mean? Throughout the season. That's not asking a lot. That's not asking for a first-class organization. It's not asking for some type of top-flight owner or general manager or coach or, ball players. It's not. Like they're literally down there with teams that don't want to win right now.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah.
These guys,
they
don't want to win. And you're down there with those guys. Somebody asked, I think Jesse asked this when we were on the show call today, is this pound for pound?
Oh my. Oh boy.
Most disappointing Kings season in the last 20 years, I guess you would say?
Well, 20 years, no. We got to shorten it to 15. I don't think we can go to 20 years.
Well, we could say ever.
This is not the most disappointing Kings season ever. No.
Which one is?
The year they were supposed to win the championship and didn't.
No.
Yes. That's the most disappointing season for me ever.
That's not. It is disappointing.
And then the years following where you thought they were going to get back and didn't. This season's disappointing. Maybe this is the most disappointing season of the 15-year stretch.
I would say ever.
Okay, I wouldn't. That's insane to me.
Fun. At least there was fun. Ultimately, because we're not even at the conclusion. And yeah, the conclusion sucked in 03 and 04. But there were fun times. There were times D'Lo and Casey were doing a show back then. We could get on this show, get on here, have some Drake bars. We're laughing, we're talking, we're having a good time. There can't be much.
Yeah, but you can't put D'Lo and Casey in that position and think of what it would have been like in the days following Game 7, or what it would have been like in the days and weeks following Chris Webber's injury, or in the days and weeks following what it was like when Chris Webber came back midseason, and the team that, if I remember correctly, had the best record in the league, wound up not even winning the division at the end of that season. Like, you can't put us in that, because context is important. Like, the context behind that heartbreak and that disappointment is different than this.
And okay, the context is behind it. But once again, there are good moments in that season.
Sure.
There are good moments. There's memorable moments. Wasn't that like the Keon Clark year too, where he had the 2 tip-ins in Dallas?
Sure. Yeah. Keon Clark bobblehead week at Carl's Jr.
What the hell we gonna talk about?
Harrison Barnes beating Phoenix. I think Harrison Barnes is the Phoenix Suns stopper. Like, he's the last guy to beat the Phoenix Suns. Yeah, I feel you. I get it, but I don't think so. I'm actually in my head trying to figure out which one of those 3 seasons was the most disappointing. And that's Webber coming back.
That's when he got hurt.
Oh man, that year he came back was tough. Because or at least maybe it was the worst second half of the season.
It was tough because he comes back and you're like, well, he's not the same.
Something ain't working, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he's not the same. Like, the writing was on the wall, right? Like, you could tell. 03, there's no doubt. We've said it numerous times. There's no doubt in my mind they were going to win the NBA championship, and to have it yanked away from you due to injury. I mean, that is heartbreaking. Heartbreaking.
916.
That's the worst for me.
So it's not this year, or that's just the worst of those three.
I mean, that's the biggest heartbreak.
This is Biggie and another one. That's what this is right now. It's disappointing in the sense we thought they were going to be better, but I think it doesn't measure up against those other seasons.
So this is where I'm at though, because this ain't happening. Playoffs aren't happening. I don't think they're happening this year. And if you go through with the plan that I kind of talked about, Will talked about, we might get to 20. Like 20 is realistic right now. And now you're staring that in the face.
Well,
because say you move on from De'Aaron and it's like for picks, you're Houston where you got guys that are good, but they're 19 years old and you're not winning anything for at least another.
But I don't think you're moving on from De'Aaron Fox for picks. One, I don't think you're moving on from De'Aaron Fox at all. I don't think you're moving on from De'Aaron Fox for picks. If you're moving on from De'Aaron Fox, it's for somebody. Mm-hmm. And hear me, I'm talking. It's Dame, or like it or not, it's Ben Simmons. It's someone who is coming back immediately. You can feel however you want to about that, but the point is, it's a player. It's someone. It's someone coming back who is going to contribute. So it's not. You're insane if you don't think Ben Simmons comes in here and like contributes at all. Like if you just think he's a corpse, like that's crazy. You're doing a little too much with your dislike of Ben Simmons for that. He's not a corpse. I mean, you can make all the faces that you want to. You got a dude on the roster who put up 0 points yesterday, had 9 assists and 4 rebounds. If Ben Simmons had did that, you would have murdered him.
What is Ben Simmons gonna do?
I didn't say he was going to do anything, but he's not picks. He's going to come in here and do something. He's a body who's playing this year.
I would absolutely take picks over Ben.
That's stupid. That's absolutely stupid.
You really think Ben Simmons is going to come in here and do anything to improve this team?
I didn't say that.
So
I'm saying that. But also, I'm also not the type of person who starts clamoring for picks.
I'm not either, but
so I'm not trading De'Aaron Fox for picks under 0 circumstances. If you're telling me you could trade De'Aaron Fox for picks or for Ben Simmons, I'm doing it for Ben Simmons.
Yeah, I'm not doing it for Ben Simmons.
Okay, I sure as hell ain't doing it for picks. I'm not trading De'Aaron Fox. I'll trade a lot of other pieces around him, but I'm not ready to trade De'Aaron Fox right now.
You don't owe the picks almost $200 million. For 15 points a game.
And the picks could come out and give you 0 points and 4 points collectively.
They could, but you ain't paying them $200 for 15 points.
I assume you meant 200 million, but
yeah, what I say, $200?
You said $200. If you were paying him $200, the bargain of a decade, which I think I actually think that's a lie. I don't think you would take Ben Simmons for $200. 916. By the way, you mentioned Tristan Thompson. He dropped another album yesterday. We'll take a listen to it. 916-349-1320. Let's get to our man Daniel. Daniel, what's going on, man?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, man?
Kenny, you're talking about some of the worst moments as a Kings fan. Man, I'm a Kings fan from the beginning, from day one. Listen, man, 1987 when the Kings were playing the Lakers at the Forum, they scored 4 points in the first quarter. 4 points.
That was
the most unbelievable game. That was the most unbelievable game I've ever heard Gary Gerald call. It was horrendous. What did the Kings win on the road? They lost 35 straight road games in 1990, I believe it was.
Yeah. Daniel, those were terrible times. I get you, but they were just sucked. There was nothing really disappointing. Like you weren't built up and let down. You knew they just stink. This team, maybe if there was Instagram and Twitter in 2003, we would have saw training camp videos and talk radio hosts tweeting out, this team is different, talking about myself. and in a heartbeat, they're not.
Oh, inevitably, another talk show host from somewhere else saw it like 4 hours later and tweeted it again. It's coincidentally happened like 10 times this year, I'm sure. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento and Odyssey Station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. But you talk about this team being built up. You talk about radio hosts tweeting out they're different. That's on us.
Yep.
We got to hold that L.
Yep.
That's our fault.
100%.
What's the line with like, you fool me, you can't get fooled again? Unless you're talking about Kings fans. Unless you're talking about us. Because we getting fool me once, shame on fool me twice, fool me a third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, 15th time.
I think
because you got me.
I'm fully in Randy Quaid mode. I'm not sure what they could do.
Randy Quaid, Major League?
Yeah, to bring me fully back in. Like they start playing well, I'll be like, I'll just say what I see. Like they're playing well. Like they turn around and won 7 of 8. Like, man, they're cooking. Playing 7 of 8, but I'm always going to be waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what they could do, this group could do, to make me jump fully in and believe, yo, they're in there.
They'd have to have sustained winning, like the 7 of the winning 7 of 8 or 6 of 8,
mm-hmm.
losing 1, and then winning another 4 or 5, losing 2, then winning another 5 of 7.
Mm-hmm.
There's got to be some form of sustained winning here, and that's non-existent. The 6 of 8 winning either comes immediately before or after a massive losing streak, or maybe not a massive losing streak. Maybe it comes after a big losing streak, but then it's followed by a 3 losses in a row, losing 4 of 6. Like there's always some sort of it's just a complete unbalance. It's why the team's record keeps winding up what it winds up as.
Yep, you're right. Our guy in the chat, Agadogo. Yeah, I think I said that right. But anyway, he said Casey ain't Randy Quaid until he drunkenly attempts to run on the court. Now reminds me, in the movie, he tried to hop over the fence.
That's right.
I think they had gotten into a fight. He said, "You guys want to fight? I'll show you a fight." And tries to hop over the fence.
Why is Randy Quaid a drunk in every movie that he's in?
Randy's the same Quaid and it's almost that time of year.
Yeah.
Just vacation, right?
But he's the same Quaid in Independence Day, too. Like he's the superhero in Independence Day who saves the world.
Is he the same Quaid that was in Kingpin?
I've never seen it.
Oh,
I'm not gonna
act like it's just crazy, but that's
I've never seen it.
That's a really good. I haven't seen it in probably like 15 years, so I don't know how it aged. But at the time, that was a pretty good movie. But yeah, he was the drunken fan in Major League.
Shout out to everybody who knows the Randy Quaid. Brian Grew says because real life, D'Lo. Will Griffith follows it up with because Randy Quaid is a drunk. Mario hits us with the be great at what you know. So, well, all right. I didn't know Randy Quaid was a drug. I just thought, hey, my man's a hell of an actor. He's got this thing nailed.
He's Eminem and 8 Mile.
He's I guess it's not typecasting.
Right.
I guess it's not typecasting if it's you. That's literally what you're doing.
Oh man, but yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to run on the field and try to fight.
You're not going to go after De'Aaron?
No.
All right.
Just because
after Buddy, you go after Buddy after he takes another contested 3 where he doesn't.
I was out of here.
I love. It's so funny to me. I can't stress this enough. I was so excited that Alvin Gentry benched Buddy Hield after that garbage 3 in transition. And then he puts him back in with the team down. And the first thing Buddy does is takes a contested 3 that hits nothing. And it's like, I'm looking at this. And of course, I'm pissed at the moment thinking the first coach who realizes Buddy is not what he's made out to be, is the first coach that's going to succeed here. Or the first coach that gets him out of here.
Yeah.
Is going to be the first one to succeed here. The first coach who doesn't go to Buddy thinking he's going to hit. This isn't a question about his work ethic. This isn't a question about him running all over the floor trying to get up. No. It's a question about his shot selection and his ability to hit shots. The first coach that figures out he is going to kill you more times than he's not is the first one that'll be successful.
You know who's figured that out? The opposing coaches.
Jeez.
Yo, leave him open. He comes into the game. Leave him open. Give him that shot.
That fool went over to Doc Rivers. Doc was like, man, you don't know why you got all those open looks? Yeah. Shoot away. You didn't see us high-fiving after you hit those first 4 threes? Fam, we knew what you were going to do in the fourth quarter.
We was out there doing 3 goggles, 3 to the head like Carmelo. We did the arrow. When you made the 3, we over here in Philadelphia get the bow and arrow 3. We did it all. We was like, let's go.
We was throwing out the fishing line like, we got him. We got him. Buddy Hield is every Hulk Hogan match ever. You know the formula to it. He's going to get knocked down. He's going to get punched once, punched twice. He's going to start shaking. Then he's going to point, punch, whip against the rope, big boot, leg drop, pose at the end. You don't have to see a Hulk Hogan match to know how it's going to end. You don't have to see a Buddy Hield game to know exactly how it's going to go.
Weren't we talking all last year about how he can't put together a full game?
Yes. Buddy Hield is the Randy Quaid of the Kings. He sticks to the script. He can still not put together a complete game. And Stanley is on the line, so we need to hear from Stanley. Stanley, what's good, buddy?
Danny Fortson.
I'll tell you what's good. Coach Bobby Huggins is waiting, and so is Danny Fortson and Nick Van Exel. I mean, I told you all before. I mean, this team is undisciplined, man. It's undisciplined. I mean, you got Andre Drummond coming in here looking like Bill Russell in his prime. I mean, this is a journeyman center. I mean, man, this is just beyond words. It's beyond words. And I mean, this team is depleted. I mean, no Seth Curry. No. I mean,
no Tobias Harris. No Joel Embiid. Yep.
No Joel Embiid. And they come in here and let Drummond do this stuff.
Mm-hmm. I agree, man. I feel you.
Well, you telling me. I agree with you all on.
Stanley could have yelled for the. Yeah, that's all right. He's gonna learn. He'll learn. 23 rebounds for Andre Drummond yesterday. 7 offensive rebounds. And I don't know this as a fact, but it sure as hell felt like all 7 were in the fourth quarter.
It's definitely felt like all 7. In the last 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah. Every rebound the Kings desperately needed, Andre Drummond managed to get his hands on.
Yeah. That's a big human being, though. I will say that. That's a big human being.
I'm like, wow. It was very noticeable. I was like, Andre Drummond is a big dude. He is a big.
He's not like a skinny dude either.
That's what I meant. Like he is a large individual.
Yeah. So, hey, shout out to Miss P. She's
always.
She said, KC said he up to be Randy Quaid. True story.
I heard that. I've heard that. Yes. Yeah. Casey set up Miss P.
not on purpose though. Not on purpose.
No, that's what they say. That's what they say. Tristan Thompson dropped another album last night. He was asked what the team has to do to get back to where they were. I assume that means when they were 5-4. Here's Tristan Thompson.
I think everyone has to look in the mirror. I think it's just not it's not only just the players. I think yes, it's a players league, but players only have, play. Your job is to play. But in terms of building a team, it takes a collective group. It takes everyone from the top to the bottom, from ownership to the trainers, to the equipment managers, to the players, to the PT, to the GM, to assistant GM, scouts. It's all of us. I think it's just not the players have to figure it out. The players got to look in the mirror. The players, I think it's everyone has to look in the mirror. Everyone that's getting a check from the Sacramento Kings or is cutting the checks, we all got to look in the mirror. We all got to look at ourselves and say, how can I be 1% better for this city, for this franchise? But of course, yes, players, you're out there. You got to go and perform. But I think it's everyone. Everyone's got to get better. I think it's everyone. I think I'm a big believer in, everything from the top to the bottom has to be on the same page and have an understanding. I think that's the only way you could build something special. And I've experienced that, where if there's loose ends anywhere, if anyone's cutting corners and hiding behind it, not doing their job or cutting or slacking, you're going to see it. It's like building a home. If you don't put that steel right or you don't put that roofing right, when that rainy day comes, your house is, effed up. So it's everyone. Everyone's got to be better. Everyone's got to look in the mirror. Everyone's got to get a reality check. We got to just have more toughness and grit. Like, playing a little too nice. Got to get a little nasty. Got to hit them on the floor. Got to make someone feel you. You know what I'm saying? Like, for Rich to get hit like that in his eye, playing hard, someone's got to go set a legal screen or a back pick on someone to feel that. You know what I'm saying? Like, Rich, he punches the clock in. That kid works. He's got better every year for this team and this franchise. And he gets hit in the eye, has a busted eye, but no one gives a hard foul or makes someone feel him. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the little things. Like, can't be nice in this league. Can't be nice. Nice teams always finish last or get excited about the lottery balls. So, all these guys here that on this roster, they don't want to lose. They don't want to lose. They want to win. But we all got to look in the mirror and get 1% better.
Man, I can't help but wonder. I don't know if Tristan Thompson's words are impactful in the locker room or not. Recent history says I don't even know that they heard him. Right. Or either they didn't hear him or they just didn't react to him. I wonder if that would have been, because again, I don't know if De'Aaron listens to D'Lo and Casey. Tristan didn't yell.
Right.
He De'Aaron equates leading with yelling.
Mm-hmm.
He equates, talking, getting in his guys, as the question has been phrased a couple of times, with yelling or rah-rah.
Right.
Tristan's tone.
I think everyone has to look in the mirror.
For 2 minutes and 30 seconds was that. And I wonder if that has more impact if it's coming from De'Aaron Fox or if it's coming from Rashawn Holmes. And this isn't a knock on Tristan Thompson. I really like Tristan Thompson.
Mm-hmm.
He played like 11 minutes last night. Like it's I think, and I could be wrong. I've never been on a team. What do I know? I feel like it would be really difficult for someone like Tristan Thompson to lead a team in this sense when you're not a focal point of what they're doing on the floor.
Right. And for the most part, just off memory, maybe I got to go back and watch the game a little bit. Tristan tried. Like, he had some emotional moments out there.
Sure.
Downs, banging the boards, things of that nature. He tried, but at the end of the day, no disrespect, he's Tristan Thompson, not Wilt Chamberlain. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's only so much he can do. You just mentioned minutes. There's only so much he could do.
Yeah.
It definitely would mean more coming from one of those guys. And I think when you talk about leading, I feel like Rashawn leads on the court by example.
I agree.
Energy. He does his job and plays his role.
Mm-hmm.
There's just another element missing where somebody can talk to these guys a certain way and perform on the court to back up whatever they're saying to try to get things going. It's missing. And we're continuously searching for it, which tells me that it's not there. It's not there. It's not coming with this group. They don't have that.
That's a tough position, too, for Tristan Thompson to be in, to constantly have to go out there and kind of be the voice of acknowledging what's wrong, knowing that it just might not get through to the guys in that locker room as much as he may try. We'll step out. You heard from Tristan Thompson. We want you to hear more from what Alvin Gentry had to say as well following his first game as the Sacramento Kings head coach. And maybe the holidays, but there's no slowing down in the schedule. You got Portland tomorrow at the Golden One Center. You got the Lakers after that. You got some games in Los Angeles coming up. You've got there's a lot of basketball ahead for the Sacramento Kings, so they don't have a lot of time to figure things out. Like, they have got to get better. And we're going to talk more about that. We want to hear from you. Paul, I see you. If you could just hang on 1 second, man, I promise we'll get to you right out the break. If you want to get in on the phone lines, you most definitely can. 916-349-1320. We're back with more of Dealing with KC, Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage. It's ESPN 1320. Y'all get ready for
you got to do no 13th round, but you can do what you got to do.
While y'all hang out with KC, man, hit the thumbs up on YouTube, please. Hit that thumbs up and subscribe. Thumbs up and subscribe if you're new. Come on now.
Subscribe. We can talk boxing in here, though. I just don't have a orchestrated 2 minutes and 20 seconds to talk about. Charlo Costanzo, too. That's going to be a good fight. I think Charlo knocks him out this time. I think he'll be ready. I think he knocks him out. Spence, will he be ready for a Bud fight this year? Spence been ready. So, ain't nothing going on with that one. It's going to be a good fight, baby. It's going to be a good fight. I want to see that. Like I said, I think Charlo knocks him out this year or this time around. Yeah. You should. Anybody that has any common sense should. Right. This guy was the starting center on the championship team, man. Absolutely. The team that went to the finals 3 years in a row. Mm-hmm. Is his eye okay? He says it's okay. He said he ready to rock. So we will see. Nobody cares. No, nobody cares about that one. No one cares about that cruiserweight belt against some bum. They're actually starting another division. I think it's 200 to 225. I think they're trying to start another division. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, cruiserweight is before heavyweight, right? In between light heavyweight and heavyweight. Tank is what, 2 weeks away? No more than 2 weeks away. A week and a half away. It's gonna be an interesting fight. I think he takes out Cruz rather easily, though. My heart is breaking. My heart is breaking. She's a runner, she's a trap star. I don't know why that song's in my head. Oh wow. I need to get some new socks. He definitely loves Floyd and Canelo more than he loves Chavez Jr. Canelo is his son. Chavez Jr. is not. Oh, you know I got some deal on KC socks. You know that. Believe that.
I did, yeah.
Yeah, I hope so. I definitely hope so in 2022. Yeah, I mean, is that accurate? What I tweeted out that back in the day they get that boy in the back and
yeah, they would have beat. I hate videos like that, man. That's so. I don't even find them remotely funny. Like they're so dangerous.
Wow.
But yeah, that's what you used to. Yeah, come on back. We appreciate you so much for being with us as we head into this, hopefully, for everyone, a long holiday weekend. If you want to connect with the show, you can. 916-349-1320. Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, going to join us about an hour from now. I know there's a lot he wants to talk about, so looking forward to our weekly visit with Matt. Looking forward to hearing from Paul. Paul, we appreciate you. What's on your mind? Nope, Paul left. That's fine. That's fine.
We're getting right to him.
That's fine. No, that's fine, Paul. No, you know what? We're just going to sit here in silence where Paul would have talked. Like a disappointed teacher. That's fine, Paul. This was your big moment. Paul.
Yeah, this is Paul out from El Camino. And, D'Lo, in case you guys are just great. You're just great.
What made you
also should give you a raise.
El Camino. Well, that's facts. Danny in San Francisco. Danny ain't listening. He doesn't love us anymore.
Danny out the dough.
He's getting on a plane tomorrow. All right, you've flown recently. Obviously, we went to Atlanta, but you flew to Vegas.
I did.
Right? Didn't you fly to Vegas?
June. Yeah. I was kind of.
I wonder what it's going to be like this week. I wonder what flying is going to be like this week. Traditionally it's bad, but yeah,
it's worse than Christmas, right?
But yeah, but it's. I mean, I know it's still kind of different.
Mm-hmm.
I just wonder if it's going to be as crazy as it's been or as it used to be.
I would think it is, just because it seems like everybody else has just moved on back to normal.
Yeah,
it's just crazy.
Not me. I built a cave. I'm staying. Y'all can't see
sir.
me. Y'all can't see me. I'm at the house, though. I am going to the game tomorrow. We gave out tickets and want to be able to hang out with our people, man. And we'll watch Portland play. And
up there,
maybe the Kings can get something done, man. I have no idea. It's difficult. That's one of the frustrating things about all of this. Like, it's difficult to see, what do we just hope they don't lose? Do we hope that they don't get embarrassed? Do we hope that they don't fall on their face? I don't even know what we're rooting for anymore, because it feels like people can this team win a game? I remember that they've had stretches of basketball where I've legitimately felt like this team's never going to win another basketball game. And I'm starting to get that, man, they're never going to win again. I feel like we're more likely to see a fight between two members of the Sacramento Kings on center court of the Golden One Center before we see a W. Like, Tristan's just going to get fed up and he's going to throw a haymaker at somebody.
I was about to say, well, you want to talk about two far-fetched things. They ain't fighting nobody. There ain't no fighting that team. So they ain't fighting nobody.
That's frustrating, but true.
I feel you. I remember on Friday, I went to the game against Toronto. And I tweeted it out and I said, this was when it was still like the 5-point game, or the Kings had gone up. Like, the Kings were leading in that game or something. And I was just like, man, the vibe in here is just sad. Because there's no, I feel like the Sacramento Kings, and you guys can tell me in the chat if I'm wrong. You can call in 916-349-1320 and tell me if I'm wrong. But I feel like this organization, this particular roster, this team, they've beaten the hope out of a lot of people. And it's like, even if they win tonight, like, what does it mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, they're not, this group isn't going to turn it around. I'm kind of there too. Now, like I said, I asked what would get me to buy in with this team again. That probably would be consistency. You know what I mean? Or, even if they went 6 or 7, and they were in the 9th spot or the 10th spot or whatever the case may be, I'd probably be like intrigued. I don't know if I'd be super believing, but I wouldn't just be despondent. But I think for a lot of people, they're just like, it's not going to happen. And that's the overriding vibe I got on Friday. Maybe Saturday and yesterday was different, but Friday was like, and part of that might have been maybe they're waiting for Luke to get fired. Maybe that was the case too.
Sure.
So, but it wasn't a fun, festive feeling in there.
Okay.
For the Kings, like it was festive because I think people go to those games, except like I said, a Friday, Saturday crowd.
Friday, yeah.
They just want to have a good time. So I think there's some of that to it. But as far as like for the team, no, there's not that type of vibe.
Let's go to the phones now with 634-913-20. Paul is back for his moment of glory, which I'm super excited for. We've hyped this up big, Paul. This better be good. What's up, man?
What's going on? What's going on, gentlemen?
Not much, man. Happy Thanksgiving to you early on.
Yeah. You too. God bless you and your families. Good time of year, man. But when it comes to the Sacramento Kings, it's always just bad. Unfortunately, man. I wanted to touch on a couple of points. The first one was with De'Aaron Fox. I feel like the Kings got hoodwinked with this dude. He's talented. Okay, he could play ball, but he's not a max player. He's not a max player, and like what's starting to show is, from my perspective, from what I see, is he doesn't really care, man. He doesn't care. You can hear from his comments. When I go home, I don't think about basketball, or I'm paraphrasing, but like, what he said in the press conferences, and like, just the way he carries himself, right? And I think that trickles down to everybody else, right? Like, I don't care, what business you work for, what you do for a living. If the main guy, the guy that's making the most money, right? If that's your boss, your supervisor, your team lead or whatever, if you don't care, it's like, okay, I don't gotta care as much. But if that guy cares, then everybody else around him, feels like they have to be held accountable. And I think that's part of the problem. And at this point, I think they should trade him. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Get rid of him. I mean, what has he done? He's done absolutely nothing. And that's my first point. The second point is, with Luke Walton being fired at this point in the season, 17 games in?
Yeah.
I think that presents, it looks bad. It looks horrible. Why not keep him through the season, and then when we get to the summertime, and we can start analyzing and looking at other coaches, then you do that, because the interim coach right now, he's not going to be there next year. So why fire Luke?
Man,
Walton?
I was beginning to wonder if you were in there. I was like, double Dutch. Jesse was like, I can't. You're in hot. It's holiday week. It's all right. It's good. Will threw you for a curve earlier. It's all right. We here.
Do you know how to double Dutch?
Oh man, I probably really I still jump rope now as part of my. But I'm not double dutching. Like I got a rope. Like I don't know that. Like if I think I could. I can't tell you the last time I've tried.
Yeah,
but I think I could.
I will try. I don't know though.
I don't know that I know enough
rope though.
I don't know that I know enough people to double dutch. Like you need a couple people holding ropes and then me also. I don't know that would.
You strike me as a guy that would do the boxing type of jump rope.
Yeah.
Like
100%.
Double jump on one foot. Like real quick. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't do that a lot. I mean, I'm 41 freaking years old. I don't have nothing to prove to anybody. I'm just trying to warm up with the jump rope. That's all I'm doing.
That's all I can do is the boxing.
Yeah.
The bare basics, like how
Yeah.
they be swirling around. Like I don't know how to do all that, but
Yeah, I can't figure that out either. I've watched Mike Tyson do that so many times, and I'm trying to what's he doing? I don't know.
Floyd is a musician, magician, excuse me, with the rope. Like it's a work of art what he does with the jump rope.
Paul brought up a couple of interesting things in there before Jesse gave him the album track Fade Down. He was talking about De'Aaron, and let me try to go in chronological order. I want to go back to what you said. You were talking about has this team like beat the hope out of everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't feel like there's a right or wrong answer to this. Like if the team has beat the hope out of you, like I completely understand. I'm watching the same games you are.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to look at it from a perspective of, and it's the part, and I have to remind myself of this, and it usually takes a night or two. It's why I don't tweet about it. There were some people who were frustrated with me last night for tweeting about Buddy Hield and not tweeting about De'Aaron Fox.
Mm-hmm.
I know how I feel about Buddy Hield.
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to change a week from now, 2 weeks from now, a month from now, a year from now. I know how I feel about that dude as a player. De'Aaron, not so much, because I have to remind myself that this is the first time, and De'Aaron is seemingly like taking a step back, or this is the first time De'Aaron is not, excelled in the way in which we expected him to.
Mm-hmm.
And I try to remind myself of that. I try to remind myself that, that line about it being early in the season is kind of starting to wear off. Like we're approaching a quarter way through the season. So I don't know where the early barometer ends, but we are approaching, or we might be, we're approaching a quarter way through the season here very shortly. So, but there's one thing about De'Aaron that's really bothering me, and it's what Paul brought up a minute ago. And it just feels like his attitude has changed. It feels like his demeanor has changed. And I agree with what Paul was saying. Like that trickles down. If your coach or your boss is telling everybody, hey, this guy's the head of the snake. Hey, this guy is our leader. Hey, this is the guy we look to for direction. If everyone who covers the team talks like that, and then all of a sudden that dude has kind of I don't know, I think it's fair to say he has a bad attitude.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's that do to the rest of the guys? Not in front of the camera, not when Tristan's,
I think everyone has to
sitting down to talk, but what's that do to the locker room? Because if De'Aaron is, slumped down, on his phone, fiddling with the, the strings of his do-rag, what's he doing in the locker room? You know what I mean? What's he doing when he's around his teammates?
Yeah.
And if it's the old high school high line, if it's the old high school high scene that you referred to, and you look back and you see that, well, what's that mean? What's that mean for the team? Used the line with you earlier. I feel like it's creating a toxic work environment. And maybe that's unfair to say it's De'Aaron that's creating a toxic work environment. Maybe the Sacramento Kings are just a toxic work environment. And it's De'Aaron isn't the top. Mm-hmm. It's above him. And it's trickled down to Monty. And then it trickled down to Luke. Yeah. Now it's trickling down to Alvin. When it trickles down to your head coach, it infiltrates the locker room. The Sacramento Kings feel like a toxic work environment to me. I just can't figure out who is providing the toxicness that is making its way onto the basketball. It's starting somewhere, but is it starting with De'Aaron or is it starting way above De'Aaron?
That's interesting.
Take that for data.
I think about that, and one of the things that comes to my mind is I don't think they have anybody that's that is committed to working through whatever toxic environment is there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just as bad as it being toxic, right? Because like as much as people like to say Vivek stinks or, whatever about this front office, they're not locking the doors to the practice facility and telling these guys not to come in there on their own or something like that. Like they're allowing them to do that. Sometimes they take advantage of it. Sometimes I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, they're giving them every opportunity to continue to be better on the court. You know what I'm saying? Like if the business side and all this other stuff, that to be a better basketball, to make your shots, to not shoot 22% from the 3-point line, they have every ample opportunity to improve on that. And there's not somebody, I feel, in that locker room, in that work environment, that seems to be able to get past, all right, this is kind of crazy upstairs, but I'm going to lock in and focus right here, and we're going to get this done.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have that. It doesn't seem as if they have that person that can tune out whatever other nonsense may be going on and focus on the task at hand on the court. And that's what we're looking for.
916-349-1320. Let's get Sherwin in here. Sherwin, what's happening, man?
Hey guys, how you doing? As a Kings fan, we're all mourning a little bit right now. But the reality is that my question is this. I mean, did we really think this lineup was going to be that much better than last year? Because I really, in my heart of hearts, did not think they improved enough.
Mm-hmm.
And, you have a very good point when you talk about where does the buck stop? Why is this happening, right? It really has to do with, I'm going to say it, Monty McNair, okay? And I don't know, maybe Vivek is telling Monty what to do, and I'm guessing that's probably the case. I don't know. But why did we keep Walton? If we're only going to let him go after 16 games of this season, it doesn't make any sense. And I understand it's a financial decision.
That's a good question. Jesse's a little antsy now. He's gonna be quick with the trigger. Y'all gotta be ready, Sherman. We appreciate you. And to answer your question, as honestly as I can, I did think the team was gonna be better. So that's me. I own that. I did.
I did too.
And part of that, and I guess this is where I wonder. I wasn't as high on Mo Harkless and Terrence Davis as you were, but I did really like Rashawn Holmes.
Mm-hmm.
I thought we would see something. I thought, again, my fault. I thought we'd see something more from Tyrese Haliburton. Now, I think last night's game was an anomaly in the scoring category. Like, I don't think that's who he is. And I think you mentioned this a day or two ago. It might have been last week. So that there's 3 games in the book since last week, but he's averaging about the same as last year, at least within striking distance of the same as last year. I probably thought he was going to go a little bit higher.
Mm.
You already know how I feel about Harrison Barnes. Davion, I was hyped for the change in culture, the defensive culture that this rookie was going to step in and do all on his own. Yeah, like they got me. I don't know what to say. I did. I thought they were going to be better. I didn't think they were going to be. What was the projected number or the prorated number? Was 35?
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Because
they won 31 games. I think they said that's equivalent to 35 in an 82 game season. So if we ride with that equivalent and say 35 games, my hope was 41, but I thought 40, 39, 40 was realistic. I was talking 4 or 5 games better. That's all I was talking about. And now that seems insane because it appears they're on pace to win 28 games right now.
Man, tough.
Which is unacceptable. 28 is just that's unacceptable.
Yeah.
I say that as if there's consequences. Like when you say something's unacceptable, there are consequences for that, right? Like if you told Reese, you came home with a what? A D? Of course, he would never do that. My nephew would never come home with a D. But if you told Reese, this is unacceptable, There are consequences to that. We're sitting up here like, yeah, this is unacceptable. Well, what's it mean? It means we're going to be right back here at the start of next season talking about this basketball team.
And you know what? Even more than that, I don't want to get too far in the weeds because this is not what I'm trying to do. What I was like, I don't want to get into like where are the parents? Where were these guys' parents? It's not that, but I want these guys.
We know where one of them is, but go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
These guys should already feel within themselves that it's unacceptable before you think about any consequences. Like, man, like this isn't good enough. We've got to be better. We got to do more to be better here.
But that's why I feel like I think I wonder if those guys feel like that, but not here. It's what we were talking about earlier. Like there is a reason this is basketball hell. And it's not just because of incompetent front offices or incompetent ownerships. It's because all of that stuff is combined with bad decisions upon bad decisions and guys that you probably made a bad decision on come in here and quit.
But look, even to that point though, like how you just to me, how are you just gonna be cool saying, well, I'm here at Sacramento's it's because I'm in Sacramento. It's not, this has nothing to do with me.
I'm not. It's why I feel the way about Nemanja Bjelica that others don't. It's why I took such offense to everybody being so happy with Nemanja Bjelica when the reports were that he quit. Now, I've been given some information on that no one would be surprised by. But everyone seemed to be offended when Marvin Bagley didn't go in the game.
Right.
And you know what Marvin Bagley's punishment it was? He got put in the game a couple games later.
Right.
Yo, it's one thing if you're Scottie Pippen going, yeah, I ain't going in. You're Scottie Pippen.
Yeah. You're the MVP of the league or close to it.
When you're Marvin Bagley and you're talking about, I'm not going in, cool, get the F out of here. Go to the locker room. That should have been, that was Luke Walton's, that was the beginning of the end for Luke Walton. Oh, you don't want to go? Oh, cool. Get in the shower. Get your ass off my bench. And to be fair, I think I know a little bit, not a ton, a little bit about Alvin Gentry. I don't think Alvin's doing that either. I don't know. I feel like Yeager might have. Mike Malone would have.
Oh yeah, Mike Malone. We would have saw an altercation right there on the court.
Mike Malone would have charged him. Mike Malone would have been Isaiah. Was it Isaiah Stewart? He would have been Isaiah Stewart the other night. That would have been Mike Malone going at Marvin Bagley for refusing to go in the game. Casey, let's grab a couple more. We got Drew. We're going to get to you in a second. Let's get Manny in here. Manny, what's happening?
What up, y'all?
What's up, man?
Just remember the Titans that scene where like attitude reflect leadership, right?
There you go. Sure.
And man, it's like, even when you going back to that Bagley, like there was cats on the bench like still smiling at him, shaking his hand like it's gonna be okay, babying him. And this is a accumulation of just as how they are all the time. This whole like nobody cares, and I don't condone violence, but I want to hear a story about how somebody slammed somebody on the locker when they got back to the locker, or there was a fight that had to be broken up in the locker because they were so passionate about losing. But there is none of that. There is none of that because everybody's just like, this is Sacramento. This is the Kings. This is how we act. Or we gonna be out of here soon, or whatever. And like nobody is taking pride in their job. So yeah, all that management stuff is cool too. That needs to be taken care of. But man, get me some cats here. I don't care if they D3 players. Get me some cats that care, that want to get into a fight after they on a 4-game losing streak. That's what I want.
Yeah.
I don't condone violence. I just want to see something really violent. Let's get Drew in here right quick. 916-349-1320. Appreciate you, Drew. What's on your mind?
Hello?
What's up, Drew?
Hey, what's up, y'all? I just want to tell you, first of y'all, doing a good job. But, man, I feel like I already had turkey, stuffing, sweet potato, yams. We got to get off this Kings talk. We got to talk something else. High school sports, football, or something. I'm getting a headache. Y'all coming to work every day trying to bring it, and it gets old. The Kings are SOFT as That's the bottom line.
SOFT as L.
Oh, soft as hell. Okay, he spelled soft and then went with as hell.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you, Drew. Well, look, Drew, maybe this will make you feel better. The Niners just got bumped off the Sunday Night Football.
Oh, it happened? Well, now wait a minute. Let's be fair.
It's not our fault.
I was gonna say
those bum ass Seahawks.
But I tried to prep you for this moment. What are you getting all hot about? I told you this.
You know what's even worse?
Oh,
not only are they not on Sunday Night Football, they got to go to CBS for this broadcast. Ugh.
What got bumped up?
Broncos Chiefs.
Okay. Go ahead.
Hold on, get in there.
You are so.
Gonna put some butts in the seat.
We got to move the board closer to you or something. You got to reach and search, and I know what a pain it is to press all those buttons and get to the right. I tried to prep you for this. I told you it was going to happen.
Well,
I told you this was going to happen.
You know, I mean, I agreed. You know, if it was in the window, they were getting moved out. I'm just sorry, Seahawks, man. Seahawks are sorry.
We'll talk 49ers probably tomorrow. We'll do power rankings tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That thing is ready too, by the way.
Oh, word. Oh, word.
It's back.
Oh, okay. Flips. Well, you said if they get back to 500, flip side is back. And they got back to 500. We'll come back. I keep talking about this damn sound from Alvin Gentry. I still have it. We'll play it. Matt George coming up. We'll continue to take your calls. Drew doesn't want us to talk about Kings anymore. We'll talk about whatever you want. Maybe we'll talk about Thanksgiving. I don't know. The most fraudulent holiday on the planet. 916-349-1320 if you want to get back in. D'Lo and Casey back here on ESPN 1320. Columbus Day.
Oh, we don't even call it that no more.
Oh, okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, I think we did move on from that one. Let's see. Sac State football. I don't have no problem talking Sac State football, man. No problem at all. No problem at all. Yeah, I agree with you about Montrezl Harrell right there. Oh, man. Wrestling wise, I didn't watch. I saw Becky's promo after the Survivor Series. I still ain't buying. Like, I don't know why WWE, I don't know why wrestling companies, and I think this is more WWE. I don't know that AEW does this. They might, but I haven't watched them recently either. I just haven't had time to watch wrestling with the way that the schedule has been. But I don't know why companies want us to believe stuff is real. Like, just tell a good story in the ring, and like, that's cool. It works. Like, that's good enough. We'll take it. Like, we'll ride with it. But they so badly want you to believe this thing with Becky and Charlotte is real, and I'm not positive that I do. And I hated the Seth Rollins video. Like, I wish Seth, and I understand that they can't really do this anymore, but I wish he had, because that dude got him. Like, man, get up and beat the crap out of him. I'll throw the headphones back on. We can talk. So I don't know if I asked you this, Will. Did you? I'm assuming you watched the Saints of Newark. I'm curious what you thought about it. Yeah, 49ers in Minnesota this weekend. Yes, indeed. Yeah, but here's the dangerous, here's the silly thing with that is we tried, I feel like with the Kings, I certainly felt better about this earlier in the year than I do now, but you tried to predict their win, right? You tried to predict that 4-game road trip, and I was guilty of it too. Now trying to predict their losses, and I get what you're doing there. Yo, the Kings could come out and beat Portland tomorrow night. Portland's not like this unbeatable juggernaut. There is no unbeatable juggernaut out there, really. I mean, they're not playing the Warriors who are playing phenomenal right now. Like they can get out there. Like what is? I mean, Portland's back. You know, they've won 3 straight. They're 9-8 right now. You know, so they've gotten things back on track a little bit. But I'm not going to just look ahead. Oh, they're gonna lose to the Lakers. They're gonna lose here. Hey, Tim, I see it. What'd you say? Literally and figuratively. Well, I did watch it. At best, interesting ideas that should have been okay. I'm okay. I'm good. I'm glad to hear that. I didn't like it either. I didn't even think it was. I thought it was whatever. I could have done without it. I didn't need it. Could have done without it. The Kings sending a survey after. Wait, is that real? Did that just happen? The Kings sending a survey after attending last night's dumpster fire. Interesting. Matt George going to join us coming up in about 30 minutes. Matt George Coast, the host of the Locked on Kings podcast. We know we've been focusing a lot on the Kings today and really over the course of the last couple of days. We'll get back to your regularly scheduled program. Obviously, we're always going to talk a ton about the Kings, but we do have our power rankings for the week. We want to talk 49ers and all of that good stuff. So we'll get a lot of that stuff in tomorrow. We're really going to have some fun tomorrow, man. We're just going to chill, head into the holiday, hopefully send everybody off right. We know a lot of you might even be traveling, man. We'll try to entertain you along the way, and
we'll talk
have a good
favorite
time,
dish, favorite Thanksgiving dish. Isn't that what we're supposed to do? Is that mandated for radio shows? We got to talk about Thanksgiving dishes. Oh,
normally bad ones. Spend
man.
an exuberant amount of time talking about food.
You know what else? You know what else is trash? the March Madness bracket of candy and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's stupid. That is legit stupid. Like,
and they do it every year. Like, hopefully, if you're still on the air, you know, you got people that are familiar with you. They listen. We heard this the last 5 years.
It's the same thing. Like we're just going to keep doing the same thing over and over again, huh? Okay. Yeah, dude. The reason, and I'll give you the number one reason. One, it's dumb, it's played, and it's uncreative. Two, and you could do whatever you want with this. Thanksgiving dinner is trash.
Okay. Calm down.
I said what I said. It's coming.
Why would you say something like that?
It's not good because it's not good. Like the whole combination of like the traditional Thanksgiving dinner centered around like turkey and stuffing and all of this stuff. That doesn't appeal to me. There are certain things
Stuffing
like
is good.
I like mac and cheese. Like that's good. But like, is that a Thanksgiving dish? That's a dish you make.
Add that?
We might have, yeah, but like we could eat that on Saturday. We don't eat that on Thanksgiving. Like that, like stuff. Like who says, "Hey, family, Caraway family, what do you want for dinner?" And someone says stuffing. Like no one eats stuffing.
Calm down, because there's this cornbread stuffing that the Queen Bee makes. That
she makes it like on a regular day.
Yeah, she has. She actually makes it for somebody's birthday, and I'm like, yo, I need this more. I get your point though. Stuffing is cool. When done right, stuffing is cool. Turkey, when it's done right, is really good.
And maybe part of this is I don't eat turkey. Like maybe that's a big part of my dinners are a bit restricted.
Turkey's a little overrated. Like I like ham more than I like turkey, and I don't really have ham for Thanksgiving. But you know what I'm saying? Like if ham was the meal, I might be a little more excited. But turkey, when it's done right, it's really good. The problem is it's not always done right.
Yeah, that's facts. What do you do? Like, are you frying a turkey or a regular turkey? Like, you're not cooking. You're sitting your ass on the couch. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I don't know why I asked.
I'm playing video games and watching basketball in the loft.
You're an extra kid, essentially. You're just an extra kid.
I know what I
That's
won't
you
be
are.
watching. I definitely won't be watching Bears and Lions.
Nobody's watching Bears and
Boycott.
Lions except John. John Bull will
I'll
watch
do
it.
John.
Manny will watch it.
Justin Fields not even playing.
Yeah,
So I don't think they're watching.
that's a hard pass.
But, you know, I'm simple. Do you like what's it called? The cranberry sauce. You like cranberry sauce?
No, I'm telling you, I don't like Thanksgiving food.
What do you?
I don't like Thanksgiving food. I don't like pumpkin pie. I don't particularly care for sweet potato pie. I don't like any of that stuff.
I found a reason to go out on Thursday night though. Go to the store.
Oh Lord,
socks.
You're going to get Black Friday socks.
I got a nice little jacket though from Black Friday already.
Okay,
Like
that's
little bubble jacket because I don't have any big jacket. I got like the wool joint. I got those, but you know I need something that little bubble jacket keep me warm. So
okay.
it was a hell of a savings. Big up.
All right. Let's roll then. That's good stuff. You can go Black Everyday shopping over at DeloandKC.com. We didn't wait till Friday to start the sale. It's 25% off everything, including this new Martin theme joint that I'm wearing right now for those on the Odyssey app and in radio.
I like that.
You can't see it, but this is one of my favorites. I actually have a lot of favorites and realized as I was organizing the closet yesterday, knowing I got a couple packages on the way, I got a bit too much D-Lo and KC gear. Like, hey, no one's going to rep your brand the way that you are, but it was still like, hey, fam, maybe fall back a little bit. Like, you don't need that much. So head over to DeloandKC.com, but I could afford it because it's 25% off. So go grab that gear there, 25% off at DeloandKC.com.
I say this every time. I've got to send my order in.
You got to send it in, man. Got to send it in. These Martin joints are going to sell out. Alvin Gentry was asked yesterday following the team's loss to the Philadelphia 76ers if this team lacks fire.
You know, I think that's a tough question. I'm not really sure. I think, our confidence is down a little bit, and we have that's something that we can't do. We have to put ourselves in a position where we feel that we can go out and win games. And I think that we have that attitude, but some kind of way, the only way that we're going to shake this, and as I said to the guys, is that we have to actually win some games, where we see a tangible thing that we've done, that we see the results of that, and that it's got to be a W, we can talk about, hey, we did this well, or, we were pretty good in this area right here, but, if it's an L, it's an L, and at the end of the day, they either put a W or an L in there, and we've got to find a way to put some W's in.
Got to find a way to put some W's in.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. It's Alvin Gentry there. More from Alvin Gentry on what can change in the fourth quarter moving forward.
Well, we can either improve or we got to start looking to play different people. I mean, that's the solution, really. If we can't get it done with the people that we have out there, obviously as a coach, I got to decide on different people being out there. So 12 points in a quarter is just not is unacceptable to a team that's basically playing with their the second unit.
Alvin,
and I didn't mean that in a discouraging way against those guys out there, because they got some very good players. I didn't mean that in any kind of derogatory way, because the bottom line is that they kicked our ass. So
that's perhaps the most real thing that been said. They kicked our ass. But I do want to ask you about, and everyone about this line.
Well, we can either improve or we got to start looking to play different people.
We need to improve, or we need to start looking at playing different people. And just all the respect in the world for Alvin Gentry. You don't have that many people you could play.
All right.
I don't know if you're going to dust off Terrence Davis. I'm not confident that you could dust off Terrence Davis and just kind of put him in there for a few minutes. I feel like if you're going to dust off Terrence Davis, you're going to have to let him go out there and work. I feel like that's where he's going to be his most effective, is if he's playing big minutes. And I don't think Alvin is at the point yet where he's going to bench, like completely bench, Buddy Hield or Tyrese Haliburton or Davion Mitchell. So I don't know who, impactful, or maybe he's talking about a different combination of guys. I'm not sure, but that line certainly got our attention last night.
Yeah, I mean, you almost feel like you played everybody. You played all.
You can. You've played all the guys you can play. Yeah.
So I'm not sure what direction he would want to go with this group. And that's why I just kind of feel, and I say, like, look, man, you gotta get some new blood in here. You know what I mean? You've exhausted. I feel like you've exhausted all the possibilities of this roster up until this point. We've seen what these guys are. We've seen what they got.
Yeah,
it's not enough collectively. Once again, I'll continue to say this because I don't want to misconstrue like these guys are some kind of scrubs. I don't think individually they're bad players at all. Collectively, they're no good, and we've seen that. So you gotta break up this collection of players.
That's it. And here's the frustrating part about that. Oh, sorry. Here's another frustrating part about that is we realize this entire situation is frustrating. In all likelihood, the greatest opportunity to explore trades probably doesn't begin for several more weeks. And it'll be interesting. And I criticized Monty McNair a lot yesterday because of the way the Luke Walton situation was handled. It goes back to something I think Paul brought up earlier. So someone brought it up earlier is like, if you're firing him 17 games in the season, why did you bring him back? And is that all Monty, or did someone else have their fingerprints on it? Well, as my partner likes to say, Monty McNair's name is on the test. So he gets credit, isn't the right word, but he gets the credit for this. And so I'm looking also at, like, Terrence Davis didn't get any run. And I like him as a role player, not necessarily in his particular role, but Mo Harkless isn't helping. Those were two guys that you signed this offseason, excuse me. Now, they're not as egregious as the Dwayne Dedmon signing was, or the Trevor Ariza one for that matter, I guess. But they're guys who don't seem to be able to help you. Like, these are very realistically guys that Monty McNair is going to have to move on from at the first opportunity he can, which, by the way, is December 15th. And so it's not just, and the sad realization is we have talked about, keep your eye on a team, like when December 15th rolls around and we start approaching the trade deadline, though, keep your eye on a team who things didn't necessarily go well, and it may be time to give up, and they can move on from some guys that'll be looking to shed contract. That's when that Marvin Bagley $11 million starts coming in handy. And the sad part is that team is the Sacramento Kings, because now you've got the Athletic writing about moving on from De'Aaron Fox. Now you got the Ringer writing about the Luke Walton era is over. Is De'Aaron Fox next? Everyone sees what's happening. The entire NBA media that don't pay no attention to the Kings paid attention to this, and they know this is something we've got to monitor, because as we approach that December 15th date and as we approach the trade deadline, we knew there was going to be a team who could be a prime candidate for just blowing everything up, and now it appears the Sacramento Kings are the leader in the clubhouse to be that team.
Oh, brother, here we go again. And I'm not even against it. I'm not against making that move, blowing things up. In the past, I have been, but that was also when I felt like I had a player in De'Aaron Fox who was the franchise guy. Now, there's levels to it and there's steps to it. First, obviously, first and foremost, you do damn near anything you can to move away off of Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley, mainly because those two guys seem to be just bad vibes, whether there is some talent or, they can shoot or whatever. Buddy, I'm on the outside looking in. I'm not in the locker room. Maybe he says the same thing, day in and day out, but can't trust him as far as you can throw him. 1 minute he's in accepting his role. Next minute he's out here asking the opposing coach to come get him out of here.
Yeah.
So that's just bad vibes. Like you can't get in any type of battle with a guy like that. You don't know what his motives are, what he's trying to do. Is he really about winning, or is he about his numbers, or is he looking for his next contract, or looking for his next team? So get him out of here for that alone. Marvin Bagley, this guy's been insubordinate at every turn. I don't know how many different ways he has to say he don't want you. He don't want you, girl. Okay. I don't know how many times he has to say that, how many times he has to do stuff that undermines what you're trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
So those two, without question, you move on. Then I think you have to think about Harrison Barnes next, because you may be able to get something for him. It's not a superstar, but he may have some value there. Maybe it's some picks, maybe it's an expiring, maybe something there for you to get Harrison Barnes. And then you start making phone calls around the league, and you say, New Orleans, Griff, what would it take to get Brandon Ingram? And little does he know, you might be willing to do anything.
Yeah.
You don't know that. So when he says, let's just say a Fox and a future pick, first round pick, and Davion.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You said that's what it would take. All right, cool. Where do I sign?
That's it.
He may not expect you to say yes. It was like, whoa, well, I don't know. Maybe we need more. But like, no, you said that's what it would take. I'm willing to talk about that deal. Where we sign.
And you know what's interesting about that too? You used a good example with Brandon Ingram. There is it made me think as you were talking. The other team were. I saw the phrase in the chat house circling, the vultures are circling the king's carcass. Well, the Pelicans are the other one.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Pelican, and more so, not just because of how bad the season is gone, but because they know Griff's seat is hot.
Yeah.
And Griff could be like, give me Bagley. Give me guy. I don't care. Like whatever. I'm out of here in 3 months anyways. Like what do you want to do?
Right. But you know what? And also in the chatty house, people are thinking it's crazy that I'm talking about trading Fox or anybody. Number one, Fox isn't first on that list. He's like last.
Mm-hmm.
He's not above votes. Like he's not above.
No one is. Mm-hmm.
Getting in a trade discussion with somebody for.
Yeah.
But he's last. Like if you make 2 or 3 moves, separating this core, and Fox is still here, Haliburton's here, or something like that, and you want to see how it works with those guys, sure. By all means, you've made some moves. Let's see what happens for the rest of the season with this group before we talk about anything else. Mm-hmm. But I mean, if Griffin, I don't know who it is in Portland right now. I don't know who it is in Toronto, so to speak. Is Masai still there?
Yeah, he is. I was trying to figure out if Neil was still who was running Portland right now, but it could just be Neil O'Shea. But go ahead.
If Ingram, Dame, Siakam, if you're approaching these guys and they say you ask them what would it take to get these guys, and Fox's name come up, you absolutely
listen.
All right, well let me talk to my people about this.
Yeah.
Let's see let's talk about it. Yeah. Absolutely, you have to do that. You don't necessarily maybe want to. I like to do something else before we get to Fox.
Yeah.
But these guys are 12th in the Western Conference and have been perpetually for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Yeah, you listen and you discuss everything.
916-349-1320. TD, we appreciate you hanging on, man. What's going on?
Oh, not too much. Just enjoying you guys talk. I'm seeing something a little bit different. I'm seeing the Kings in the game for the most part, but then De'Aaron tries to dribble between 2 guys and turns the ball over at these critical moments.
It's so irritating. And then I'm also watching Hield and De'Aaron allow their guy to blow by them. And I think I got kind of spoiled with Davion because he's showing us what defense should look like consistently.
Yeah.
And it's like I'm okay with making that trade because I'm really at these critical moments near the end of the game when the ball gets turned over and it's a tide turner. I mean, it just changes the whole landscape of the game. And these things, we've been watching it too much.
Yeah.
And it's time to just shift gears and just go ahead with another direction. The sad part is that how many times do we have to watch ex-Kings on other teams be in the playoff situations? Last year was Bogdanovich. I mean, that was just sad to see. It's like, why wasn't he doing that when he was here?
TD brings up a great point, and we appreciate you.
Appreciate you, TD.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us. Brings up a something I was thinking about last night in the fourth quarter, and this isn't like a jerk question. Like, I'm genuinely asking this question because it crossed my mind last night. I got to go back to this quick second of Alvin Gentry.
Well, we can either improve or we got to start looking to play different people.
Do you have to start considering taking De'Aaron late in games? I mean, this is now. Hear me out. This is similar to your trade remark a couple of minutes ago, right? I'm not starting with De'Aaron. You know who I'm starting with. I'm starting with 24, but there were like a couple of moments with De'Aaron, and I hear TD talking about driving between two guys and all that. Like, I feel like he was trying to be aggressive and get to the basket. I was actually okay with that. I wanted him to try to take the game over.
Right.
But the biggest L that I've taken this season is I came on this radio show and said, De'Aaron Fox is not a great defender, but he's not like that bad. That was wrong. De'Aaron seems to have really regressed. I feel like De'Aaron used to be able to move on the defensive end.
Right.
Now, game after game, it's 47-year-old Mike Conley. It's Maxey last night. Like, in the fourth quarter, guys are doing to De'Aaron what they've done to Buddy Hield in the past.
Yeah.
Yo, who's Fox got? Maxey? Fourth quarter Maxey. Let's get it in. We saw Mike Conley single-handedly beat De'Aaron Fox and the Sacramento Kings in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
Oh. It crossed my mind last night.
And it's fair to bring that up because he has not been good on the defensive end, man. Like, it just is what it is. Like, he's had moments where it jumps out to you. It's like, oh, look at him getting in that stance and locking up, and that's cool. But for the most part, night in and night out, it's been easy work for the other point guards to kind of do whatever they want. Easy work. There's no resistance. They give Fox a little hesitation. They blow right by him. And it's like, that shouldn't be happening. Not from him. And I was on these airwaves talking about how they need to hide De'Aaron Fox and get somebody else out there that, can guard these guards and things of that nature. But they're finding them regardless. Even if Mitchell's out there and he's guarding Maxey, they just give it to the next guard and try to get Fox out there. And that's just, I think he's better than that. I hoped he was better than that, than to be that type of defender. But it's been rough. It's been rough for him all the way around this year.
It turns out, and this is going to be stunning to many of us, it turns out one guy can't, in fact, change a poor defensive team. It turns out you need a couple of more guys to be able to do something close to what he does for the team to be better defensively. Now, in fairness, they are better defensively. But they were really, really, really bad last year.
Yeah.
So better isn't saying much. But it's, hey, just don't be awful. Well, be careful what your dumbass wishes for, because they're not 30th, they're 26th. So hey, this is what we get. It's what we asked for. Just don't be awful. Well, technically, I guess they're not awful. They're not 30th, they're 26th.
I'm watching some highlights from last night. Tyrese Maxey.
There weren't any.
He's just giving Fox work.
Oh, I see.
Tyrese Maxey, he did some good things against Davion, too. He's a good ball player. But there are some just bad possessions where Maxey makes a move and Fox literally stops and starts walking as he's getting blown by.
And that's the other thing that is upsetting, a lot of people, is what appears to be the lack of effort, man. We'll step out. We'll come back. Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. He'll be with us for the remainder of the show. We're going commercial free till the top of the 4 o'clock hour when we're dealing with KC Return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Keep hitting those thumbs up. I don't know how many in here already have, but we might be able to get to 200 again if not everybody has hit that thumbs up. So go on and hit that if you don't mind. If you're new to the show, welcome. Hit the subscribe button, please. And if you're on Twitch, hi, Twitch. Hi, Twitches. Hit the follow button over there on Twitch, too. But yeah, just keep hitting those thumbs up. We need about 28 to get to 200. 200. Probably Christmas for me. I don't really care for holidays. I
like Thanksgiving.
Hey, Matt's here.
Because like you can set your clock to it, right? It's always on a Thursday. You're always getting Wednesday is just kind of like a cool down. Thursday's Thanksgiving. You get Friday off. You get the whole week. Like it's reliable.
Yeah.
You know what you're getting.
So Kenny don't like them holidays that change days.
Like, hold on, Christmas on a Sunday? What?
Oh, that's trash. Christmas on a Sunday is trash. What's up, Matty Ice?
Hello. That's the most annoying part of Halloween. Halloween changing every year to where Halloween is like always on in the middle of the week when it's like the perfect time, but it's on a weekend and it's like a rainy day or it's freezing cold outside or everybody's plans are canceled. Like Halloween during the initial COVID year was like the best possible time because it was like a full moon. It was a Saturday night. It was perfect. It got canceled because the world got sick or something stupid.
Is it just because you turn the light on? Is that what looks different about you? Did you get a new camera?
No.
It must just be the lighting. It must just be that the lighting's different.
It could be. I have a blackout curtain here, but only one. It's supposed to be two sides to cover the full window, but only one is currently up because the second one was aggressively pulled down by a cat.
Oh,
so that has not been re-put up yet. So maybe it's just because there's no light coming here, but all of it's back there.
Yeah, no, it looks fine. I was just, man, something looks different about Matt. What is it? That's what it is.
I asked this knowing that probably both of you guys have seen it. You guys saw Tiger hitting golf balls?
Yeah.
Hell yeah! I'm so excited.
Wow,
So excited.
He's got that Alex Smith sleeve on his leg. Gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah.
It ain't football though, so part of me wants to be like, just sit down, Tiger, but it's not football. So
Tiger is swinging probably at like 40%, and he's still probably hitting the ball 200 yards, easy, without even breaking a sweat. And I have to put all my effort in just to get the ball 250.
I don't know how far I hit it.
Do you hit the back net at Topgolf?
I think so. I got bad eyesight though, so I kind of lose the ball after a while.
They have a tracker. It shows you where your ball goes.
Oh, I didn't see the tracker when I was in some bombs. And Poker Pro will know. Poker Pro, if you're still in here, did I hit the back net? I feel like I did.
Poker Pro was hitting the ball on the 65.
That's either 200 or 210.
The back net is
Yeah, like that back net. If you hit it straight, like the back sensor is, I think, 200 or 210, one of the two.
I might go out to Top Golf this weekend, maybe Friday or something.
There you go.
Swing by, get Damien. Damien, pull up on us, man.
2 minutes away. I got something for you that Rich sent.
Oh yeah, I got your socks too, by the way.
There we go. We could exchange gifts. Awkward silence.
I'm in scramble mode right now because I just had my guest for today's pod cancel. So, and I was probably not going to be doing a pod tomorrow because I was going to be missing the game for family time tomorrow. So it's like, find something to do. Content.
That's tough. Hang on, guys. Here we go. The new Odyssey exclusive stations are curated for sports listeners like you. You also find your favorite artist on Odyssey 2 on the all-new artist radio station. Search Kenny Caraway and see what pops up. It's the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. Welcome those that are watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, and of course, everybody listening on 1320 AM as well, as we welcome in our friend Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. Matt, been an eventful, let's see, you were with us last Monday. There was a report that Luke Walton was on the hot seat. It turns out, in fact, that report was true. A lot has happened since the last time we talked.
Did the Kings win a game? Did that happen since last we talked?
I think that happened on Tuesday. They beat Detroit somewhere in there, didn't they?
Yeah, that was what day was that?
They've lost a lot.
It feels like it's been a year since they beat the Detroit Pistons. It feels like it's been a year.
Feels like a while ago, but yeah, they've lost quite a few games since that wonderful night in Detroit.
Ugh, what a freaking mess, man! But not surprising. It's not like it's anything new to us. We've been through it before. This is now. I guess we count interim head coach Alvin Gentry as coach number 11 since Rick Adelman was fired. If you count Rick Adelman, this is head coach number 12 since the Kings last made the playoffs in 2006. And it's probably going to be 13. If you count Gentry, it's going to be 13 when the Kings inevitably go and try and get either Terry Stotts or Kenny Atkinson or whoever they go after this upcoming offseason. But hey, man, tell me why this one's going to be different, Kings fans, because I'll believe it when I see it.
Matt, I asked Will Griffin this, and I'll ask you the same question. Did anything look different last night with Alvin Gentry at the helm?
Yeah, Chimezie Metu didn't start.
Chimezie Metu didn't play.
Yeah, Chimezie Metu didn't play, period. There were, I thought it was interesting. Alex Len played a healthy amount. He was the first big off the bench in the first half. Didn't play at all the second half. Tristan Thompson took those minutes, and I thought Tristan Thompson actually provided a nice spark in the third quarter. Marvin Bagley seems to be back in the rotation if we take a 1-game sample size. So really, honestly, rotations were the only difference. Other than that, it was the exact same thing, which is exactly what I expected. And I kind of pissed off some fans with the intro of my Locked On Kings podcast after last night's loss, because I joked that I thought Luke Walton was the problem and everything was supposed to be different. Now this offensive-minded head coach and Alvin Gentry is going to fix the Kings, and yet offensively they look just as dreadful in the fourth quarter as they've looked all season, maybe even worse, scoring only 12 points. Their offense once again in the fourth quarter was, hey, get the ball to Buddy Hield, have him chuck up terrible shots and hope that one goes in. And I mean, it looked the same. So I know one game is not nearly enough time for Alvin to implement any changes that he wants to implement. And I know he's not going to do everything the exact same that Luke Walton was doing, but he's been a part of this team for the last season plus change this year. He has very similar philosophies to Luke Walton. I don't expect anything to be different with this team unless roster personnel moves are made.
I think those are, I think we have to be a little bit more patient for those. You and Kenny are kind of singing the same song there in that regard. And I completely understand why. I wanted to mention this. You were reeling off the number of head coaches. And I have this note in front of me that there have been 6 coaches in the 8 years since Vivek Ranadive took over the team. I wanted to pull up the day that the NBA approved the sale to Vivek Ranadive in this group, and it was May 28th. So there's a real possibility that before it gets to year number 9, that number will be 7. It'll be 7 head coaches before the 9th year of Vivek Ranadive's ownership.
Failure.
Wow.
It's complete failure. And that's what I've tried to bring to the Locked On Kings podcast as much as possible. One thing I did say is I think firing Luke Walton in the end is a necessary move. Like, I don't think I never, my argument for keeping Luke Walton had very little to do with Luke Walton, even though I gave Walton more credit, I think, than others gave him. I think Walton was a little bit better of a coach than most people gave him credit for. And I mainly pointed to, yes, there were the low points, but there were also unexpected upswings that this team had over the course of the couple seasons that he was here, like the hot streak that they were on before the COVID shutdown, the inexplicable hot streak that this team went on when all of their starters basically were hurt at the end of last season. Like, he's had stretches where this team looked better. And then even the defense to start the season, which of course is now plummeted and is nowhere to be seen. So I give Luke Walton a little more credit. That being said, I wouldn't tell you that I believed Luke Walton was the guy to bring this Kings team back to the promised land, like Monty McNair tried to sell us this offseason. And I don't know if he believed that or if he was forced to believe that, if you know what I mean, which is another conversation entirely. But my whole argument is, and my whole point of frustration with this is that I wasn't going to allow Luke Walton to be the fall guy for people in this organization that don't deserve it. I'm mainly talking about ownership, and I'm talking about this roster. Like, I was asked, I appeared on our Locked On NBA national podcast with Josh Lloyd. And one of the questions that he asked me was, hey, does this maybe make or take some of the pressure off of De'Aaron Fox? And I said, this puts more pressure on De'Aaron Fox and that core as a whole in Sacramento. The fact that there have now been 2 coaches that have been fired with this core group. One had you playing the way you wanted to be playing, but you didn't get along with him. The other one, you weren't playing the way that you wanted to be playing, but you did get along with him. So you've had complete polar opposites, and you failed him both times just as much as he, and I'm talking about Yeager and Walton, have failed this core both times. That falls really heavy on this Kings locker room. And of course, when I say core, I mean Fox mainly. Haliburton's not in there. Barnes kinda, but not really, because he was at the very end of Yeager's time. And then Bagley and Buddy Hield mainly. That's what I'm talking about when I talk about the Kings core. So there are still significant issues with this organization. One in particular that Marcus Bertone wrote about in the Sacramento Bee that you can't really get rid of. And here we are. Like, firing Luke Walton, it was never going to change that. And I think that's going to become more apparent as the Kings either get worse or stay the same as the season continues.
Well, Matt, let's talk about this core. And I extended out a little bit more. I know Tyrese is only in his 2nd year, whatever the case may be, but you got 5 guys that I look at that you looked at as your core, with Fox, Harrison Barnes, Haliburton, Rashawn Holmes, Buddy Hield. It's clear to me that these guys, they don't mesh well together. They may like each other. They may be great individual ball players, but together, these guys just aren't good enough. You know what I mean? They're not good enough to be one of the lower playoff teams in this league. They're only good enough to be one of the worst teams in the league. Where would you start with those guys? Would you break them up at all? Or what would you do with this core that we have right now?
Oh, I'm absolutely breaking it up. I mean, I think it's perfectly clear. Like, I think this is, if you look at this 15-year playoff drought, this might be, if not, it's very close to the most talented roster that the Sacramento Kings have had during this time. Maybe second to like the DeMarcus, Rudy, Isaiah Thomas team that all averaged 20+ points per game, and still that team was god awful. So it's inexplicable, like, why this roster cannot be the 10th seed. You know how low of a freaking bar that is in the NBA to be the 10th seed, and this Kings team is struggling to do that. This team absolutely needs to be blown up. Where do you start? That's a phenomenal question because I don't know the value of these players, but I'm looking at everybody. There is no such thing as an untouchable player on a team that is performing this bad. That includes De'Aaron Fox, that includes Tyrese Haliburton, that includes Davion Mitchell. Buddy Hield has already been on the block. Harrison Barnes, I know, has a ton of value. I would not like to see Harrison Barnes get traded and go anywhere because I know how important he is to this team. But if Harrison is the only thing that you have right now that can actually give you actual value in return immediately, you have to pursue that. How many more chances do you give this core? To me, it's none. Time is slipping away from you. Even if we still have 60 plus games this season, there's still plenty of time to turn it around, of course. So I'm not trying to over exaggerate, but it's one of those things where the eye test tells you that things are already slipping away with this team. Like we're already at a crossroads of the season, this far in or this early in the season. And I think a perfect example of that is how Luke Walton was fired already this early into the season, because I think the Sacramento Kings and maybe Monty McNair believed, well, we need to change something. And that's obviously the easiest thing to change as of right now, but it doesn't really fix anything.
Yeah, and more changes need to be on the way. Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, with us here on D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. I keep staring at this roster, trying to figure out like how they got in this position. And the only answer that I can keep coming up with is, I go back to the line you just said, this is the most talented team that in the 15 years or whatever. And like, yeah, that's fine. But how does that measure up against other NBA teams? Like, is this team talented and they're underperforming, or are we overvaluing their talent and they're performing exactly how they should be?
I think, and maybe it's the purple blinders being on here and just the focus on Sacramento versus the focus around the rest of the league. But I think it's the first thing you said. Like, it's, to me, like, there's no reason why
they're underperforming. And I'm not trying to sway you in any way. That's a genuine question.
No, I think it is an absolutely genuine question, because we have a tendency of overvaluing talent here in Sacramento, as does every fan base. As does everybody who focuses on one team. You look at your talent and you typically invest more.
Right. You spend so much time looking at them, watching them. You think they're the greatest.
The classic example is, man, we need to trade this guy. This guy's been terrible here. Okay, we'll give you this for him. No, that's not enough. He needs more. He's more valuable. It's like, it's that every fan base does something like that when they're talking about hypothetical trades and getting out the ESPN trade machine. So, I look at the Oklahoma City Thunder roster that this Kings team lost to and went, these two don't compare. Like, Sacramento's roster is significantly better. I look at the San Antonio Spurs roster. They don't compare. This Kings roster is significantly better. I look at the Kings roster in comparison to the New Orleans Pelicans roster, which thankfully the Kings have beaten the Pelicans the two times that they faced them this season. I say, okay, this Kings roster with Zion out and Brandon Ingram out is significantly better. And then I look at the teams that they hung around earlier on in the season, and I say, it makes sense that they hung around. Like, it makes sense that the Kings have put up a good fight against the Utah Jazz. That's how they should be on a nightly basis. That team is talented enough to put up a fight against a team of the Utah Jazz caliber. Same thing with the Phoenix Suns. Same thing with the Portland Trail Blazers. And every once in a while, Steele wins like that. Like, it doesn't make sense to me how this roster, with the talent that it has, individual talent that it has, not group talent, because obviously we've seen they can't play well together, but individual talent-wise, this team is definitely top 10 in the freaking Western Conference, or at least they should be. And it's embarrassing that it's been this difficult for them to prove that.
So are you giving this some time before? Because I'm ready to get some guys out of here today, right after the show. Call me up, Monty. I'll tell you where these guys need to go. I'm ready to do that right now.
That's right? Cap. It wasn't after the show. He was ready to get rid of him at 9:00 this morning.
100%. But there are, everybody talks about December 15th. I understand that. And some people also say, give Alvin Gentry an opportunity with this group to see if he can work some magic. How are you feeling about that, Matt? Is this something that needs to happen now after the season when you're looking at this?
Casey, if Monty McNair is serious about this being a playoffs or bust season and the season to end the playoff drought, then he better be on the phone right now. Like I can't see this team twiddling their thumbs and trying to be patient and play on the hopes of a interim head coach who, and no disrespect to Alvin Gentry. I mean, he's been in this league a long time, very well respected, significantly better decision for the Kings to take Gentry than Doug Christie. And that is not an anti-Doug Christie take by any means. And we can get into that if you guys want to, at least my opinion on that.
I already tweeted Matt George hates Doug Christie. So
it's true. It mainly has to do with Doug Christie being a better golfer than me and getting me into the sport, because now I am addicted and it's been horrible and wonderful at the same time. But like, I understand Gentry has the past, he has the pedigree, he has the experience, but I have zero faith, mainly in this roster, to change drastically over the short period of time. I think it's needed to change drastically to get themselves, to revive themselves, because we know this team probably does have another random win streak in them at some point to give us hope again. And they probably have another 2 or 3 4-game losing streaks in them with 60 plus games remaining so far this season. So if I'm Monte McNair, I'm on the phone right now, and I'm not saying I need to make a trade today necessarily, and I'm not rushing into a trade and just giving away talent for the first. I'm not having a fire sale with the Sacramento Kings roster, but I'm aggressively calling everybody. I'm calling Daryl Morey back and saying, hey, we saw Buddy Hield flirting with Doc Rivers courtside there in the fourth quarter. Let's revisit this. Let's see if we can get Ben Simmons here. He's still not playing for you. You're finding him right now. Let's see if we can speed up these conversations or reignite these conversations. I'm calling the Toronto Raptors about Pascal Siakam. I'm calling everybody and saying, look, if I appear desperate, that's because I am, but you're not going to fleece me like you did Vlade Divac, or you tried to do Vlade Divac a couple of years ago. Let's make a deal happen. Let's get a deal done, because I ain't waiting to the trade deadline. That's how I think Monty should handle this situation. And like, I've been waiting for an all-in move from Monte McNair all summer. What the hell does he have to lose? What are you worried about if you're a Kings fan, that the Kings trade away De'Aaron Fox for a disgruntled star and it doesn't work? Okay, you're still a bad team that's not in the playoffs. Okay, like that's what you're afraid of. It's the same damn thing. And maybe you'll put yourself in a better position with a player leaving again to actually get a top draft pick, and maybe Monty can get that right. I don't know. Just do something.
Monty appears to be lacking onions. You feel me? And like we've tried to make sense of the last couple of days when Luke Walton was fired, and the question that comes up the most: why do you fire him 17 games into the season? Why do you fire him 17 games into the season? Well, forgive me for not putting this gentlier. It's because you didn't have the balls to fire him in May. Or whenever the season ended. And now you realize, and honestly, I just formed this opinion listening to you, Matt. You're talking about like he hasn't been all in on anything. He either doesn't have the capability, which would explain why the Kings organization is in the position that it's in, or he doesn't have the onions to pull the trigger.
I think either are very possible. I tend to lean towards the first thing you said. Now, I don't have any indication, any kind of inside source or anybody telling me that Monte McNair is not 100% in control of this team. All I can do is base my opinion off of the pattern of Vivek Ranadive's tenure as owner of the Sacramento Kings over this 8-year period, and how he has put basketball decision makers in a position of power only to undermine them by advisors. And I mean, you forced Monte McNair basically to hire the guy he beat out in Wes Wilcox as part of his front office staff, as if you didn't learn anything from the Brandon Williams, Vlade Divac dynamic. Not saying that's happening in the Kings front office, but it sets the table for it. I mean, even the report that Sam Amick put out on The Athletic today, that Vivek Ranadive wanted Doug Christie as the interim head coach, suggests the continuation of the pattern of bringing back a parade of guys from the early 2000s, and guys that maybe you have a little more control over than if you were to go out and get an established coach who is going to say, if I'm coming here to Sacramento, I'm doing things my way and there's nothing you can do about it, basically. Like, I look at that pattern and I see the Kings go out and hire a first-time general manager in Monte McNair. Not saying he's not qualified for the job, because I think he's significantly more qualified than Vlade Divac ever was. But you hire a first-time general manager, and I don't think it's a coincidence that he doesn't get rid of head coach Luke Walton, which is very abnormal for a GM to hold on to a head coach that he didn't hire as long as Monty did. And we can use COVID, we can use finances, we can use all the excuses in the world. All I'm looking at is a pattern. So until I see or have absolute proof that it is Monty McNair making the decisions 100%, I don't know if that proof exists. He's telling us it is, and he's never going to say otherwise publicly. But I'm always going to be skeptical that the decision to keep Luke Walton this offseason was his decision, that the decisions that he has made to hang on to a player or try and trade a player are fully his decision. I don't think this ownership deserves the luxury of that blind faith at this point in time. I always will be skeptical. I don't believe them.
And he did try to trade. Like I want to be present some semblance of fairness to him. He did try to trade Bogey. And he did try to trade Buddy.
And that Buddy Hield trade, we're seeing that Buddy Hield trade would have been significantly better for this Kings team. Like getting Kyle Kuzma and Montrezl Harrell here in Sacramento would have been significantly better. It's not his fault that the Lakers chickened out, made the wrong decision, and now dealing with no disrespect
Calm down,
to you,
buddy. Calm
D-Lo.
down, buddy. Calm down, buddy.
Your boy and Russ.
We can end this. We can end this quick. This can go south real quick, Matt George.
Your boy Russ, who gets a tech for putting his fist.
Man, that's
up
that
like
Long Beach sandwich, boy. That's how they get ready to fight in LA.
Come on now.
That's the LBC, man. Come on. Go back and watch any 90s movie based in Los Angeles. That's how they all get ready to fight.
D-Lo, I know you love Russell Westbrook, but even you could admit the Lakers made the wrong decision.
Unconditionally love Russell Westbrook, and I will make no such proclamation.
Okay, well, KC, the Lakers made the wrong decision in trading.
Don't forget who you have to work with tomorrow, buddy. Keep your words nice and sweet.
Hey, man, did you hear the 49ers got booted off of Sunday Night Football? Yeah, man. But I'll say this, though, when we talk about Monty McNair. What organizational tree is he coming from? Daryl Morey.
Oh, yeah.
Daryl Morey. And we have talked all summer long and into the fall about how ridiculous Daryl Morey has been when he's so wrapped up in value and delusional when it comes to Ben Simmons. Now, I'm not sitting here saying that Monty McNair, has the same delusional stance for Marvin Bagley that Daryl Morey has for Ben Simmons, but it could be something that is learned that they're so caught up in value that they don't see the value in itself of
perceived value.
Yeah, the perceived value, that they don't see the value in itself of getting this guy out of the locker room or getting this guy off the team or whatever the case may be, and just taking what you can at that time, all in this search for this maximum value of a player.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm going to do this, though. I'm actually going to stand in front of Daryl Morey here a little bit because a month ago, I agreed with you completely that Morey was delusional in how much that he was asking for Ben Simmons. But we're also talking about Daryl Morey and the success, the teams that he was able to build in Houston. Now, they ultimately fell short. A lot of that has to do, I think, more with injury than anything else to when Chris Paul was there. But Daryl Morey's playing the long game with this Ben Simmons situation, and look at it in a potential Kings negotiation. At the start of the season or during the offseason when all these conversations first started, De'Aaron Fox was not available. De'Aaron Fox was off the table. Daryl Morey's been buying his time. Now suddenly, with how poorly Fox is playing and the Kings' potential desperation, I should say, maybe Fox is suddenly on the table. Like Morey, he's playing a game and kind of gambling against himself the same way Monty kind of gambled against the market for Rashawn Holmes, and it ended up working out in his favor. Like maybe Daryl Morey is playing the long game and playing it successfully because maybe there will be a team. If it's not the Kings, maybe some team who could use Ben Simmons will crack and say, fine, we need his talent right now. We'll give you at least more than what we were willing to offer during the offseason. So not that I'm Captain Defend a Daryl Morey here, because I think how the Sixers have handled this Ben Simmons situation has been a circus to say the least, but hell, it might work. And
Now look, that's a hell of a point, Matt, by you. That's an excellent point. But I will say this about Daryl Morey. He's got Joel Embiid, Seth Curry, and Tobias Harris to keep that thing going while Ben Simmons, He
well,
don't
I ain't got
need,
you well, but I get your point.
he don't need Ben Simmons. The Kings need something. Like, they out here just losing left and right for a whole nother year. And Morey has the flexibility to be able to play the long game. I don't feel like Monty McNair in certain situations has the flexibility to play the long. He might be able to play the long game with De'Aaron Fox. There's no reason to play the long game with Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley. Move them out of here.
I agree that he doesn't have the flexibility, but I think he has the, I don't know what, maybe the short leash is the right term. Like, because of how difficult it is to acquire talent in Sacramento and how difficult it's been through the draft, through free agency, through trade period, to keep his job and to be successful, he has to get the big move right. I mean, I know I just said a second ago, like, what do you have to lose? What do you have to be afraid of? In that scenario that I suggested, he trades De'Aaron Fox for a star and it all falls flat and the Kings fall apart. He's losing his job in that scenario. Like, if Fox is traded to Philadelphia for Ben Simmons, Fox becomes the point guard that helps that team win a championship, and Ben Simmons is just as bad in Sacramento as he was the last season in Philly. I mean, Monty McNair is losing his job in that sense, versus there's a little more of a safety net for Daryl Morey because of those players and those assets that he has. But at the same time, too, I could turn around that argument on myself and say there's higher expectations in Philadelphia than there is in Sacramento. So I more appreciate the fact that McNair comes from the Daryl Morey school of thought, because at least we know that that's worked in some capacity in Houston, and to be determined with the 76ers, versus the Kings going out and getting a guy like Vlade, who had none of that experience to begin with.
What's your assessment on, like, how do you feel about Buddy Hield?
I will always appreciate Buddy's availability and his work ethic, but I think Buddy Hield is a primary player on a bad team and a role player on a good team. I think that's the best way that I could sum it up. I think Buddy Hield would have been so good for the Los Angeles Lakers. Like, that would have been the perfect situation for him. I think Buddy Hield would be a great fit. Well, maybe before Seth Curry was doing his thing in Philadelphia, but I think Buddy would be a great fit in a team like Philly, where he goes and his job is to just space the floor, shoot threes, and not be a guy that is so heavily relied upon like he is in Sacramento, especially in fourth quarter offensive sets. But other than that, Buddy is not worth the money that he's being paid.
That's kind of his job here. He don't dribble no more. He don't create for himself or others. He just kind of spaces the floor, shoot threes. Not only does he space the floor and shoot threes, they run plays to get him open to shoot threes.
But Buddy ain't getting 17 shots in Philly or LA, and I think that's the point. Like, Buddy's not the Philly fourth quarter offense or Lakers fourth quarter offense with Buddy Hield on the floor isn't, hey, let's run Buddy off of a ball screen, get him the ball, and have him shoot 16 times and hope 2 or 3 of them go in so he can get hot. Like, that's never going to be the game plan. It's, hey, space the floor when LeBron or Embiid kick the ball out to you. Hey, hit the shot 40% of the time and we're happy with you. Like, that's versus here in Sacramento. It literally, the fourth quarter offense literally looks like Buddy, please God, hit a shot, or De'Aaron go supernova, and neither is happening.
Yep.
Neither is happening.
Yeah. I like Buddy Hield in the role that he is here in Sacramento, the 6-man role right now.
Yeah, I don't like that anymore either.
I mean,
I'm out,
it still doesn't bother me too much, but I mean, he's a loose cannon. Buddy Hield is a loose cannon. I think he tried to save face, and he tried to be, this guy that was all about that role, and was playing the good 6-man role. But unfortunately for him, the cameras were everywhere, and they got him last night, on some nonsense. And the locker room may not care about it at all. They don't care about much, to be honest with you. So I wouldn't be surprised. But I mean, that's just trash. That's just trash. While all this is falling down, you're losing another game. You're going over to a coach and allegedly talking about getting me out of here, Doc. There shouldn't even be nothing to say to Doc at that point anyway. I know you were saying something slick when you were covering your mouth. So that's the kind of stuff that just we don't need that here. We don't need that. That is not fixing anything. It's not part of any solution. I'd move on from Buddy Hield as soon as possible.
Yeah, I would too, except I don't know what's out there that's any kind of return on value that is worth McNair pulling the trigger at this point in time, unless Buddy is attached to something else, which is, I'm sure, what the Kings are exploring overall. Like, it's a lot easier for me to put together a win trade package for the Kings for Harrison Barnes than it is for Buddy Hield at this point in time, because teams are smart enough to recognize that Buddy is an elite shooter, which is the term that we use so much here and hear so much here in Sacramento, the elite shooting status when he doesn't really do anything else well. Teams know that, and teams look at more than just box scores and look at more than just shooting percentages, and even those aren't trending too. Actually, it's pretty similar. If I'm not mistaken, his averages this season to what they were last season.
It is.
So and
that's why he shoots so damn much. If he misses 6, he's going to get 6 more up to try to get that average back up.
And some fans will see that and see Buddy's a 40% 3-point shooter. Sacramento just doesn't know how to use him. It's Sacramento's fault. General managers, scouting departments, they're smarter than that. They recognize that's why Buddy hasn't been traded yet. They recognize probably why the Lakers ended up going with Russell Westbrook in the end, because they knew that Buddy was a one-trick pony. Now it just so happens that what he did they could use, but he doesn't do anything else all that well. I mean, sometimes he'll have good rebounding games like he did last night. I think he almost had a double-double with rebounds last night, so he can rebound the basketball. He doesn't do it consistently enough. He's not a consistent ball handler. You don't want him putting the ball on the floor, and he's a guy that always is going to be looking to shoot no matter what situation in a game, and that can both help and hurt you. And most of the time in the Kings situation, it hurts you. So yeah, I absolutely am with you, Kenny. I'd be shopping Buddy Hield as hard as I possibly could. The problem is I don't know if there's any value out there for him, and Monty is not in a position to just lose a talent, even if it's frustrating. He is a talented shooter, to just send that away for nothing.
So this is where I'll stop you. When does the fact that your team is dying supersede value? Like, yeah, I wouldn't want to get maximum value for Buddy Hield. But if the argument to not getting him out of here or Marvin Bagley is, well, we're not getting the value while you watch your team die on a nightly basis, when does, you know what? I'll take this expiring in the second rounder. I've got to get this guy. When do we get to that point? Are we not at that point? Is that
if you're taking an expiring in a second rounder, how does that make your team better? Like, I'm thinking Monty McNair is looking.
There's a part of addition by subtraction with Buddy and Marvin.
Well, Marvin, I agree. Like, Marvin, this is a Buddy Hield conversation. Marvin, I trade for a Target coupon at this point. But in terms of Buddy Hield, like, if the whole point of the conversation of what I want Monty McNair to do to make moves is to put this team in a position to go for the playoffs this year. And trading Buddy Hield for an expiring contract, depending on who that expiring contract is, but it's likely not anyone that's super groundbreaking, and a second round pick. The majority of the time in that trade scenario, the Kings are getting worse, not better, even if it is in your case addition by subtraction. I don't think Buddy Hield is so bad for the Kings that he's costing the team wins more consistently than. Actually, I don't know necessarily where I'm going with that. He does make decisions at times that cost the team wins.
I'd argue he cost them the win last night. And maybe this is me being a jaded jerk, but the game shifted on that transition 3.
There was also a deep wing 3. It was a better shot than Buddy took, but there's a deep wing 3, literally the possession before that Tyrese Haliburton took and missed. And then the next possession was when Buddy took that horrible
did Philly score on that possession off Tyrese?
No. But
they scored on the possession off of Buddy, and then they got to stop, and they scored on the next one, and the game was over. And it's not Buddy's fault that the Kings couldn't, like, the whole roster couldn't score again, but you can best believe homeboy fired off 3 more threes before that game was over.
100%. But the Kings, I think, had 3 straight possessions, including that Buddy bad shot and the Tyrese shot before that. They had 3 possessions with a 9-point lead to get that to double digits and build what would have been a needed safety net. And they failed all 3 times. And it wasn't Buddy's fault.
It's all Buddy's fault.
It's just like when Buddy Hield comes out of the game and the Kings only scored like 4 points or something for the final 6 minutes. Half of the time, Buddy Hield wasn't in the game. Fox couldn't score for some reason, which is what pissed me off. Even if Tyrese had 0 points, the Kings went away from the Tyrese Rashawn Holmes pick and roll that was dominating and got Andre Drummond in foul trouble to start the freaking game. They went away from that for no freaking reason in the fourth quarter because they decided that chuck them up 3-pointers, and De'Aaron Fox isolation was a better plan, which is the same thing that they've been doing all season long. Like, that's more on the Kings as a whole and the Kings team than it is on Buddy Hield. But I hear what you're saying, D'Lo, because you're 100% right. As soon as Buddy took that transition three, everybody in the arena went, oh boy, like this is where the game turns around, and it did, and nobody was surprised.
And here's the other thing about this. We can go down specific plays and the idea of Buddy and his value. It's bottom line time here in Sacramento. Bottom line is he ain't doing nothing to help you win.
Mm-hmm.
He's not doing anything to help you win. So I understand the idea or the thought of if you trade him, you're getting worse. Worse than what? You're one of the worst teams in basketball.
Mm.
All right. So worse than what? At the very least, you don't have his contract on the books. And you don't have that it's weird energy, man, of you never know if Buddy is all in or he's all in for his numbers or to showcase to get to another team. I don't want nothing to do with that. Him and Marvin would be the first two things that I'd be trying to do, almost regardless of value. Like, I'm not trying to give him away for the Target coupon, but I also don't.
That's where Kenny draws the line.
I also don't need Tobias Harris back for Buddy Hield. I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm just saying, like, the team is dying with him right here.
So somewhere in between a Target coupon and Tobias Harris, that's where the worth is. Somewhere in the middle there.
Hell, can we find a way to get DeLon Wright back and send Buddy Hield out in that package? Because trading away DeLon Wright, I think, was an absolute disaster. I think DeLon was one of the major reasons why this Kings team went on the run and had the success that they had when De'Aaron Fox went out of the game. And I like Tristan Thompson. I like the things that he said post game. I like the leader that he's been and the personality that he's been. But the trade of DeLon Wright, I think, is absolutely confusing, which is a knock on Monty McNair. So that trade didn't make sense at all. So if we're talking like that's the talent that I'm looking for, Casey, I'm not necessarily looking for a Tobias Harris, like you said, or a talent equal to the production of Buddy Hield as a scorer. You're not going to get that. No one's going to give you that for Buddy Hield, especially mid-season, unless you're trying to trade him to a desperate team who is going on a playoff push, which is what you are. So you're not going to get that. Right. But I'd take a player like DeLon Wright, an established role player that's actually going to play their role, because unfortunately Mo Harkless was that last season, hasn't been that. Terrence Davis is completely evaporated off the face of the earth after looking like he could replace Buddy Hield.
Mo's role changed though. Like,
absolutely,
in defense of him, it's like, hey kid, hey, all of a sudden you're our starting four.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
And that to me is just overall Kings philosophy being jaded and being a mix. Like everything we point to, we could find a problem with, because that's the point of this Kings issue. There's a problem with everything, literally everything.
No.
So it was in fact not all Luke's fault.
Nope. Turns out.
Wild turn of events here. Wild turn of events. We appreciate you being with us. Today, we appreciate you being with us this week. We're going to be off Thursday and Friday, but we are absolutely going to be here tomorrow, man. And there's no game tonight. We're going to have some fun tomorrow.
Thank God.
We got power rankings. We got flip side.
Yeah,
we're gonna get Drake Thanksgiving bars. We're Drake Puffy Thanksgiving bars. We're gonna have some fun tomorrow, man. So thanks for hanging out with us today. Thanks for hanging out with us this week. Let's hit the holiday in style tomorrow. Make your plans to be with us on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app. Matt, thanks for joining us. Check out the Locked On Kings podcast on the Odyssey app and wherever you get podcasts from. And make sure that you're back here with us tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Eight hours of Kings talk.
You guys didn't do anything else?
We didn't. No.
Oh shit! I forgot to do
attendance.
attendance
In today.
Forgot to do attendance stuff. Damn it.
Oh, well. I forgot. I noted that too. Sorry about that. I had.
Fine.
What did you see? I mean, we're still on the live stream. There's still 200 people watching. What did you?
Yeah, and if people want to listen to me go into it in more detail, I talked about it on last night's podcast, the second segment of last night's podcast. But basically, I went back and I was like, because we've all noticed that the Golden One Center has been significantly less like itself this season. Like the crowd size has not been good. The volume has not been good. It just hasn't been the Sacramento Kings atmosphere. So I went and I was like, okay, let me just look at some attendance numbers since the Golden One Center opened. And I was going to tie that into the declining approval rating of this current ownership, because the opening of the Golden One Center, I think, extended the grace period for Vivek Ranadive. I think people would have been significantly more tired and furious at ownership had the Golden One Center not been opened in his time owning the team. So the Golden One Center opens in 2016, rather. In 2016, in that season, the Kings average a sellout. They average their capacity of 17,608, which was 16th in the NBA. Then the next season, it drops very, very slightly, average of 17,555 a game. That's 99%, 18th in the NBA. Then the following season, 2018-2019, it's down to 17,096. It's still 97% capacity, 21st in the NBA. And remember, the Kings are struggling at this time. Then the 2019-2020 season, which was cut short by COVID, that number is down to 16,795, which is 95% capacity, 20th in the NBA. So it's trending downward, but we're talking about over a 4-season period, a drop of 5% capacity. Like, it's like, okay, that's not great, but the team also wasn't as good. And over time, the allure of the brand new shiny Golden One Center is going to lose some of its charm. People aren't just going to go to games simply to be in that building. Last season doesn't count at all with cardboard cutouts, so we take that out completely. Then we look at this season, and this was before last night's game. The Kings are averaging 14,180 fans per game out of a max capacity of 17,608. That's 80%, which is 26 in the NBA. So the Kings have the 5th worst attendance in the NBA this season, and they're down 15% from 2019-2020. Like a 15% drop off of attendance. That's extreme. And never, I shouldn't say never because I don't know this for sure, but the Kings being that low in attendance, like league ranking league wide, that's the lowest it's been, I'm sure, since right before the relocation era began, when this team was literally the worst team in the NBA playing inside of Arco Arena. Like, all of that, I think, speaks volumes. And then I put out on Twitter, I was like, okay, if you choose to not go to games, or if you've only gone to a handful and you aren't going to as many as you would, just tell me why. Like, it could be COVID reasons. There's tons of reasons. Could be COVID, could be you just don't have the money to spend right now. The ticket prices are too high. The food's not great. Like, tell me why. And I got a bunch of different reasons, COVID being a significant one, but the most consistent reason that I got, and the most consistent line that I got from people, both publicly and privately, because my DMs were open too, and I got probably 250, 300 responses, was, this team is not worth me investing in. And I just like that speaks volumes to me, when this loyal fan base, the only show in town, is choosing to not go to a game and stay home. That is not Luke Walton's fault. That is to some extent the player's fault. But that falls heaviest, first and foremost, on ownership. And that suggests that this fan base is now privy to what is going on. They know the reputation that Vivek Ranadive has. They've seen 8 years of this team not only refusing to get better or not improving at all, they've gotten worse in many ways. The grace period has ended. Fans don't want to support what this ownership is doing, absolutely running this team into the ground. And that to me spoke more volumes than anything else, because that affects pockets, that affects the bottom line of the organization, and that's what's going to get their attention.
Wow. Interesting.
15% drop off is insane. That's insane.
I wonder what the second highest is, because I'm assuming that that's the highest. I wonder what the second highest drop in attendance is.
And I see this Marcus Andrade, Twitter isn't real life, Matt. Dude, I know there's no other way.
He's kidding. He's kidding. That's
okay,
a line we use on the show. He's kidding.
No, because I got a lot of that from people on social media, and I got emails of that from people listening to the podcast. It's like, Matt, you can't say that Twitter represents the full fan base. I'm not saying it does. That's the
it
only
represents
way.
the Twitter fan base. Yeah,
exactly.
There's nothing wrong with that.
And that's the only way that I can get the responses that I got, and I thought it was significant. The responses that, regardless,
Chat House will get you, man. They'll get you fired up.
The Golden One Center's been empty. Like, it's been significantly
what is there
empty.
to argue? Like, we have two eyes. We see there's not anybody there. There's nothing to argue about and saying. Not that Marcus.
That'll make you happy. I don't know why the screen isn't shifting up, but that'll make you happy.
Thank you, Roddy.
Screen is supposed to shift up though. Oh. Guess few.
I got to figure out what to do for the next potty, yada yada.
Oh, there it is. There we go. Now you shift up. That's the way it's supposed to be. All right. Well, go get your podcast done. Kenny's got that I need some food look.
I'm starving.
Yeah, I'm kind of hungry too. I don't know. I'm going to do something. Appreciate y'all being with us, man. Having 200 people when the show is over. It's pretty dope.
It's big time.
Yeah, that's true story. We can make things pop. That was the first bad decision the Kings made this season, but that's another. Ain't my business. Hey, do what you got to do. Do what you got to do. We'll be here when they're ready. All right, man. We love you guys. Thanks for hanging out. If you're on Twitter, I don't know. I mean, if you're on YouTube, I didn't check where we're at, but could you get us to 200? I think we're right there. I think we only need a handful more. So if you haven't hit the thumbs up yet, man, please do. Oh man, we just need 2 more.
Let's go. Is it petty that I'm one of them?
No, that's perfect. Now we just need there y'all, man. Y'all representing, man, and you're balancing out all of Dave's burners. So thanks for being with us. We'll see y'all tomorrow at noon, man. We're gonna have some fun tomorrow, I promise. We'll see y'all at noon.
That'll be good.
Oh, and go to DLoandKC.com.